Peekaboo, can you hear? I'm muted. Can you hear the hearing? No sound? You can hear it now? You hear the attorney? You can hear me, but you can't hear the attorneys. You can't hear the selection? Okay, give me 1 second. I can hear it. I don't know why you can only hear me. Let me see what I can fix.
As I stated on the juror form, I would have trouble
Can you hear them now?
or very specifically.
Okay.
You guys hear them now? Let me know in the chat, please.
Can you find me her juror 17? Can you give me her questionnaire?
Okay, perfect. You guys can hear it. All right. Yes. Yay, 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 yay. I'm going to mute myself, okay? Give me 1 second. I'm trying to set things up, and then I'll be talking here in a minute.
Right in the back on this side. And we'll start in the front, juror 27 on the end here.
Use my hand, but I would be willing to set outside my.
Okay. Okay. And it sounds like you had some issues. You saw some things, may have formed some opinions. Nothing wrong with that. The question is always whether or not, because it may be that you have read something and then you hear the evidence and you go, well, that's not what was reported. Or you say, well, I don't see it quite that way. So the question always is not whether or not you've read something or seen something, but whether or not you can put that aside and decide the case based on the evidence in this courtroom. And it sounds like the answer is you think you can. Okay. Then we're going to go to juror 23. Yes, ma'am.
I've gone through a similar situation. I have a granddaughter that's in prison for what she did. And it was child abuse and resulting in death. So I'm not sure if.
Okay.
Lord have mercy. Can you imagine if you were in a similar situation and then you're selected years later to do jury duty? Ooh, this is horrible. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Shout out to everybody that's coming in. So let me tell you what we're streaming. We're streaming the jury selection for Letecia Stauch.
21. Yes, ma'am.
Opinions is due. And I'm not sure that I can hold this at the side.
Okay. And let me tell you, we do a lot of different kinds of trials in the building. And the issue is not, I don't think there's anybody that has ever taken a position in any trial that what happened to a child was a good thing or that it should happen or something like that. The question is whether or not the prosecution has proven beyond a reasonable doubt what it's required to prove. And can you decide the case based on that evidence? Do you think that you can do that? In the next row, let's see, juror 38. Yes, ma'am.
Says. I've seen lots of news media coverage. I guess I already have a preconception.
I'll give you
Anyone
guys a
else
heads
in
up
this
for
group
those that
over
don't know
here?
this
Juror,
case.
I think 40. Yes,
Give me
ma'am.
one sec.
I have followed this case.
Here is the docket for those that are wanting to look into it a little bit more. Give me
Okay.
one sec.
And anyone else in that second row? Last row? Anyone in the last row? No? Right over here. Hands. I have a couple here and there. Juror 30. Yes, ma'am.
I also have
Okay. And that's a separate issue too. We'll talk about that a little bit differently. So when I get to that, remember to raise your hand, okay? Okay. Anyone? And juror 42? Yes, ma'am. And also in the second row, let's see, Mr. I will get there. Juror 46. Yes, sir. That's you. That is you. Yes, sir.
I went through a similar experience. I lost a family member to and I do not have any like that type of stuff anymore. That person. And recently I
Okay. All right. Next row back. Anyone in the next row back? And the next row behind that, juror 63. Yes, ma'am.
So I would have a difficult time to decide, just that child abuse in this case. So steady. And so
A what therapist? A play therapist. Okay.
kids, and so I'm always an advocate for kids while knowing the mental evidence-based background that I'm learning.
Okay. One else in that row? Uh-oh. Sorry, I must have missed you. Juror number 20, I'm sorry, 33? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of stuff on like
SW, I think they're talking about juror 63 at this point,
Okay.
but they've
And
dismissed a
again, the
couple
issue
already.
is, not even going to go into the accuracy of social media. But even with respect to media itself, they can only report what they've heard. And I can tell you that this case has never been tried before. There are people that have never testified before. There are statements that have never been released before.
Oh, Jesus.
So the issue is, can you set aside what you've seen and heard and decide the case based on the evidence that you hear in the courtroom?
Exactly. It's getting harder and harder for these jurors.
All right, and let me get back to last row again. Okay, hand over there. That would be juror 68. Yes, ma'am. That's you with the hand. Yes.
I was.
Okay. No, that's, no, I appreciate you sharing that. And last row, jurors, 71. Yes, sir.
Boy,
Okay.
Lex, I'm thinking about that too. It's been kind of hard to get I need to learn how to use Discord because I've heard so many good things about it. I am thinking about it though, but I need to get it started and I don't even know how and I'm scared to break YouTube and I'm scared to break Discord.
Looks like we have a hand here. Juror 48. Yes, sir.
Okay, we got juror
what
48.
is that? Military court martial?
It is jury selection. So let me tell you what this case is real quick while the attorney is talking here. So Letecia Stauch is the case of a boy by the name of Gannon Stauch in 2020. I believe it was January 2020. This hits close to home for me too. So I feel some type of way. And shout out to the person that emailed me. Letecia is the stepmother of Gannon. Okay. She reports him initially was reported like as a runaway case, and then it went into missing person. Um, how it just it's a horrific case. Basically, she's accused of killing him. Um, ugh, sorry, I'm getting some like
Okay.
flashbacks of what I
So
read.
I think what we're going to do right now is we're going to take a break.
Okay, good. Take a break. That way I
A
can
couple of
explain.
things. The restrooms are down the hallway. I know that there's a lot of you. There's only one restroom on this floor. Well, one on each side. Just as you go past the
Once you
glass
go on break,
doors,
I'll
and
explain
then
it to you
just
guys a little
before
bit
you get to
more.
the glass doors on the other side. A couple of things before you go. We need to have you back in your seats. We honor the third grade seating chart here. So remember where you are, because when you come back, you have to be in the same place. If you switch places, it causes all kinds of consternation for us. So remember the third grade seating chart. Again, don't discuss this case among yourselves. Excuse me, don't discuss this case among yourselves. Don't discuss it with anyone else. And if I can have all of you leave the courtroom now and be back at 10:35, and remember where your seats are,
Okay.
and we'll see you then.
So I got a
All
couple
rise for the
minutes.
jury, please.
Okay. Let me stop sharing this real quick, and I'll share with you guys the article. So this is kind of a good little summary of it, but it's been more than 3 years after a young boy disappeared in Pikes Peak region. His stepmother is standing trial for his murder. This is Letecia and this is Gannon. Okay. The trial has been a long time coming for Gannon Stauch's loved ones who have faced years of delays in this case, with everything from the pandemic, which, sorry, the attorney's talking. Give me one sec. Okay. He's directing the jury that they can leave their stuff in the room. So, you know this? Yeah. So this is a very interesting case because it did hit. So he went missing, and he went missing during the pandemic. I'll never forget because I knew of people that were out there looking for Gannon. So this kind of hits very different for me. Um, they found Gannon's body, I believe, in Florida, stuffed in a suitcase. Okay, very horrible circumstance. I remember one of the true crimes channels that I watch. I had said before it's a crime, and they were kind of drawing out the timeline of how initially she gave this idea that he ran away. Then it became, well, she was raped and he was abducted by the rapist by someone by the name of Eduardo. Not even Eduardo, it's Eduardo, like an egg Guardo. So it was just a very odd set of circumstances as far as the stories that she was giving. So, but let's see, the trial has been a long time coming for Gannon's loved ones who have faced years of delays in this case, with everything from the pandemic to a brief attempt by the defendant to represent herself, causing setbacks. She tried to represent herself. Okay. She's actually suing, I believe, the jail right now through the federal courts about some type of civil rights violation of some sort, something like that. Um, she also, if I remember correctly, she tried to. Oh, give me one sec. Sorry, the attorney's talking on the other side. They're taking restroom breaks. So by Monday morning, the moment has finally come. Jury selection will commence in the trial of Letecia Stauch. Stauch is now 39, is accused of killing her 11-year-old stepson in January of 2020, then trying to pass it off as a runaway case. The missing person case made national headlines. Okay, my gosh. He's still talking. 1 second. Okay. All right, attorneys. The missing person case made national headlines and brought people across the country into Facebook groups dedicated to both discussions and amateur sleuthing. On the grounds of the Pike Peak region, hundreds of volunteers joined law enforcement searching for the boy. The community clung to hope he would be found alive. On March 2nd of 2020, 5 weeks into the day after she reported her stepson missing, Gannon was arrested. Stout was arrested, excuse me, in South Carolina for his murder and was extradited back to Colorado 3 days later. During her trip to El Paso County, Stout allegedly slipped out of her handcuffs in the back of her transport vehicle and attacked a deputy. Gannon's remains were found in a suitcase uh, a under a highway in Florida a couple weeks after his stepmother's arrest. He had been brutally harmed before his death, according to investigators. Stout's arrest affidavit, which includes more details on the case, can be found here. So we have the affidavit here. This, I remember the coverage, and it was just awkward and weird interviews that were being given. Well, Cash, and you're bringing up a really good point here because she makes the plea of not guilty, and it's taken literally 13 months from the plea for her to even go to trial. So, hey, Pigeon. Whoa, Pigeon, you completely changed your name, but I could still see Pigeon Mac. How are you? Um, yeah, so completely off the wall situation in case. I don't know. I don't know. And I wish I could let me show you guys the jury. You could hear the conversations. Let me see if you guys wanna hear the conversations that are going on right now. Hold up. Get your coffee.
You know, every once in a while, you'll be looking through that thing and you're like, damn, I didn't know that.
Yeah, when did they put that in there?
See?
Yeah, I mean, not much, you know,
Yeah, every once in a while.
you know, this isn't our first rodeo, but sometimes you'll see and there's some obscure thing, and you're like, I did not know that.
I wonder if they know that they're being heard.
Oh,
You know, that is
Yeah,
public.
apparently we're on WebEx right now.
are we?
See?
Yeah, it's just audio.
He's like, "Are we? Are we WebEx?" "Yes, you are."
Even during the breaks?
Yes, during the breaks.
I can put it on mute for the break, I suppose.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Now they've been muted. Oh my god. Yeah, we can hear now. We can't hear them. All right. I was like trying to talk and I could hear them and I'm like, I need y'all to stop talking. Okay, let me greet everybody because I didn't even do an intro. Maybe I'll do an intro here in a little bit to get everybody going. But I have Peekaboo. Who else? Do the right thing. SW, welcome, welcome, guys. Make sure you hit that like button. Hey, Connie, do the right thing. Jackie, let's see, Lex. Who else? Who else? Who else? And thank you guys for letting me know. Cash is in the building as well. I saw letting me know that you guys couldn't hear. Hey, Jalen. Um, let's see who else. Chico, Rico. Who else? Who else? Who else? Let me shout out these beautiful, wonderful members of mine, and everybody else that helped me reach that 200 mark. Sinner, I was in court recently. The judge found me guilty of being egotistical. I'm appealing. Oh, sinner. Oh, sinner. You be sinning too much, sinner. SW, I said hello. Okay. Let me see. What else? What else? Darcy's in the house. Who else? Who else? Vic. Lex, if you can send me the link on how to get a Discord started, I would love, like, if there's a user friendly how to, start a Discord for dummies, I'm down. I'm down. Hey, Krusty, welcome. Thank you. Oh, absolutely. Yo, I mean, if they would have allowed for an open hearing, I would have been down to go. Trust me. This is not, I know the area very well. So, and I know I got some people that live in that area too. Thank you, Pigeon Mac. So I would have been down to have gone, but I know hot mics are my favorite. They're like, put us on mute. They don't need to hear us. I was like, damn it, Monster. How are you? Um, I'd have been down to hear what was going on. So I guess they're on a little break. For those again that don't know the story, this is the what is it? Jury selection for Letecia Stauch. Letecia Stauch is the stepmother that has been charged with the murder of her stepson. Stepson is Gannon Stauch, beautiful, wonderful 11-year-old that was found in a suitcase in Florida. She was arrested, I believe, what did we say? South Carolina, and then extradited back to Colorado for these charges. Very bizarre situation. Letecia Stauch, this case is interesting because it happened literally during COVID. During COVID. So while COVID was going on, people were trying to search for Gannon. I'll never forget because I knew of some people that were part of that and they were trying to search and everything. And, it's it kind of, it very unfortunate situation. And then I remember when they found him, the conditions that they talked about, it's just, it stayed in my mind for whatever reason. It just, with the trauma of everything else that was going on with COVID, it just, for whatever reason, it's like right in my head. Maybe because I kind of knew people and stuff in that area, so it's a little bit different. I know nothing about Discord, says Chico, but I'll find out for you. Thank you, Chico. Hey, Gypsy, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the membership. I'm just curious to know. He had a little sister. He has a sister too. And that's the unfortunate part too. Like, when I was reading a little bit about how, she hurt this boy. Okay. They talked about the mattress. I believe her husband at the time, Gannon's biological father, was in the military too, and so he was kind of flying in and out. He left Gannon with Letecia. Bio mom was in a different state, so they had like share custody type of thing. Letecia used to work for the school system. I actually know some people that know her, and so this is it's a awkward situation. It's just weird. So you wouldn't have expected. It kind of makes you wonder, well, what the hell happened. Gannon's murder always makes me, yeah, right, Black Knight. It does. It does. It's a sad situation. And trust me, I hate covering these kind of cases. I really do, because there's anything with kids kind of always gets to me. So we will try our best to stream it as much as we can. I think it'd be a little bit different if I was there in person, but I believe it's a closed hearing and they're not allowing anybody at all to be in there. Trust me, this would be an easy one for me to just go down and cover it. Letecia was also accused of attacking a deputy. Yeah, she was driving to Colorado to face murder charges from South Carolina. That is very true. Gannon Sad was actually cheating on Letecia. I don't know about that, Black Knight. I don't know about that. There had been a lot of rumors. Mind you, they had accused Bio Mom of having something to do with Gannon's death too, and that was not the case at all. She wasn't there. So I don't know about all that. Hey Amy, welcome, 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 all the members that are coming in. Thank you. And Bunny, I just see you. Welcome to the bunny. Welcome to the bunny. It's a sad situation, overall. And they're still on break. They gave them until what, 10:30 ish, 15 minutes of a break for them to settle down. I think they're still through selection right now. I don't think that they've selected all their juror members, 12 at least. I don't know. Has tried yep, you're right. Tried many antics and attempts to escape and also played crazy, spinning in her chair and acted a fool. Remember didn't she have a plan to escape prison? Needs coverage though. Child abuse, all abuse needs highlighting so people outside of the spot signs and hopefully help. Right. Right, Cash. Um, Letecia has tried many antics. I would say so. Um, yeah, I would agree with that for sure. For sure, for sure, for sure. Letecia Stauch jury selection, and I'm just trying to let me get I gotta get the studio set up. I'm gonna mute myself, guys. Entertain yourselves, please. Alrighty. Listening, huge hugs, Monday chores, mom stuff, Hope everyone's having a wonderful day. Yes. You're streaky. Inappropriate streaking right now. Toilet paper for heaven's sake. Why? Talk amongst yourself. SNL, Mike Myers. Talk amongst yourselves. Connect among yourselves. Um, I remember that Peekaboo was flickering lights and plan escape with the broomstick out. Put the broomstick, broomstick. See, I can't even say broomstick. I kept saying broomstick. Broomstick out the window. LOL. I said it. I said it. Lord, SWB in the cast. If I ever tried, I'm sure a 14-carat ring. Didn't she write the judge? Yes, she did. She did. I thought she had a doctorate too. She claimed to have a doctorate. I'm like, people can check on that, right? Well, you know that. Rabbit jokes. What did the rabbit give his girlfriend? Um, a 14-carat ring. That was funny, actually. That was funny. That's a funny joke. I like that. That was funny. Watch these people leave us muted. Watch. They probably are. They're probably already back. Watch them leave us muted. Watch. They're going to be talking. We're not even hearing anything just because they muted us. I'll just watch for now. Just throwing all kinds of things at the ceiling of this stick. Dr. Cray. You guys are funny, yo. You guys are funny. This is Buddy took the definitely, that was a great joke. I'm not gonna lie to you. It took me a minute. I was like, "What do you mean? A 14-karat ring?" Love it. Thought that was funny. Good morning, Jen Jen. How are you? Chico. Yeah, we got two mods on a cast. Like, how's that work? How does Chico and SWB on it? You guys gotta stop it. Like, I don't know what you guys are doing. I don't know what you guys are doing, but stop it. Sinner says, what do you call a positive rabbit? A optimistic. That was funny too. Sinner, sinner, the jokes. I don't know about that joke, but that you guys are too much. This is how you pass time with these stupid jokes. What do you call a positive rabbit? A optimistic. All right then. Pigeon Mac, it's your turn. You gotta one up these people with the jokes. You really do. I don't know how I feel about this. I will say SW and Chico on broken foots. I don't know. I don't know. Ooh, I got 20 screws and 2 plates in my left ankle lightweights. Ooh, ooh, I am not envious at all. Not at all. These are popsicle jokes. You already know. These are total popsicle jokes. I'm funnier when I can cuss. If you can misspell the words, you're more than welcome to. We need that girl from The Last of Us and her joke book. I really do think that they forgot about us. They left us muted. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Let me see. Let me check on something, all right? Hold up. I'm gonna double check and see if they left us muted. Very easy to check. Yep. I think they're still on break. Where do rabbits work at? IHOP restaurant. All right. Y'all are doing too much. You guys are doing too much. Let me show you guys. Let me stream over here real quick and show you guys Letecia Stauch interview.
All right.
Oh, they're back. They're back. You guys hear them? Drop a rabbit on the chat if you hear them. I heard them say something.
Okay. All right. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus. We were on break. I looked at some of the explanations and some of the comments that had been made. So I'm going to start excusing some people now. And again, it will be by number. Sorry, the people in the back probably couldn't hear me very well. So I'm going to start excusing people now. And again, it will be by number, but we're going to confirm who you are before you go. If I excuse you, you can go ahead and leave the building. You don't need to go back to the jury assembly room or anything like that. You can go on about your business. Here's the really hard part. For the people that remain here, the courtroom is going to look really a little bit bizarre because there's going to be a whole bunch of seats in between you. We are not filling those seats in. The seat that you are in, stay in that seat. So when we take another break, you need to come back to that seat because this is how we have you numbered. So at this point in time, court is going to excuse juror number 1, juror number 3, juror number 4, juror number 5, juror number 6, juror number 10, juror 12, juror 13, 14, 16, 18, is the gentleman down in the, down in the hole there, 19, and I'll have you guys go ahead and leave now. And you do have to take your stuff with you this time. Okay. And then, juror 22, first row. Yep, that was your hand. You're right. 22, 23, 25, and 27. 37 be in the, sort of teal t-shirt with the glasses. Gentlemen, yes, that you'd be 37, 38, 40, and 41. Juror 50 with the mask on in the back. Juror 51 sitting next to him, and juror 55 on the end. You all can leave as well. Now, while you have to stay in your same seat, you can spread out a little bit more if you would like to. You get a little bit more room. Okay, and then, because this group is bigger, I'm going to excuse from the back first. So it would be juror 71, the gentleman there. Yep, you're 71, 72, 73, and 75. You can go ahead and leave. Then next row up on the end, juror 63, juror 64, and juror 68. You can leave now. 68, that's you. Yep, in the glasses. And 63 and 64, you can go ahead and leave too. You're 63 on the end. You're 60, that's all right. You're 63 and you're 64. There you go. And then next row this way, juror 60, who is the woman in the glasses.
60 was the DA that I hired.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's what threw me off. See, you guys did great. You did great. You came back, remembered your seats, but it's different because there's one guy's missing. That's right. Okay. Row next from that, forward from that, juror 48 on the end over here. Juror 46, gentleman in the black coat. And juror 42 on the end. You guys can go ahead and leave now. And then in this front row,
That's
3, 48, 46, and 42.
Yeah.
No. Oh. In the meantime, in the front row, juror 30. Next to her, juror 31. And juror 33. Oh, that's okay. Be more specific next time. It's all good. All right. Okay, the next question that I have for all of you is, are any of you an employee of any public law enforcement agency or the public defender's office? If so, please raise your hand. No response. Please raise your hand if you are not a citizen of the United States, are not at least 18 years old, nor a resident of this county. Anyone think they're in that category? Juror number 8, or yes, 8.
Wasn't sure I'm a Virginia resident, but I live in Colorado Springs.
Okay, and let me clarify for just a moment. It's actually juror number 7. I'm thrown off by the people being missing too. So juror number 7, let me make sure I understand this right. You are a citizen of West Virginia? You are a Virginia resident. Where's your driver's license? No. Where was your driver's license issued? Okay, all right. So you have a Colorado driver's license and you're living here in Colorado. Okay, all right. That counts. So you'd be okay. But thanks for raising the issue. Appreciate it. Anyone else think they're in any of those categories? And one of the reasons why we ask this question is because sometimes if you note the last part of it was, are you a resident of this county? We ask that question because we send out juror summonses about between 4 and 6 weeks prior to the time of a trial. And so we send them to that address, they get forwarded, somebody moves, and they're actually living somewhere else. So that's really what that is designed to address. Does anyone think they're in that category? No response. Please raise your hand if you're unable to read, speak, or understand the English language. Does anybody think they're in that category? Again, no response. Please raise your hand if you're incapable due to physical or mental limitations to render satisfactory jury service. Anyone think they're in that category? And is it the gout? Okay. And that's juror 32. Okay. I will let me think about that some and we'll see where we are. Whoops. Just a second. I think that I have addressed this with questions earlier, but because the dynamics are a little bit different now, let me ask it again. Please raise your hand if you have the sole responsibility for the daily care of a permanently disabled person living in your household such that your service would create a substantial risk of injury to the health of that disabled person. Anyone think they're in that category? No response. Oh, hold on. Oh, wait. Juror 36, go ahead.
Take her to school.
How old is she? And she gets off of school or out of school when? Okay. Anyone else? Right. Let's go ahead and hand out the witness list now.
Can you hear me?
What's going
Just
to be handing you out a witness list. I'm going to give you a few minutes to go over it.
let you know
It's
that I'm
long.
in and out. I can
The
hear
question that I'm
everything
going to
that's
have
going
for
on,
you at the
but I'm
end
also,
is, do
over
any of
here
you
as well,
know
so-
any of
and
the
I'm watching
potential
the chat
witnesses in this case?
while they're selecting.
And once you get done with that list, the attorneys may have a couple others that are not on that list, and I'll ask them if there's anybody else that they're going to add to that. But the question at the end is, do any of you know any of the potential witnesses? And if you see, let's see, I think everybody's got them now. There are notepads and a pen on the bar in front of you. If you need to write something down to check, please don't write on the list. But if you need to write something down, you can do that. So just let us know.
Oh yeah, gout is horrible. I heard gout.
And so that the attorneys know that it's coming, we're going to do a 2-minute mini opening statement in just a minute.
Because of my grout. Pitch it, Mac. Yeah, grout can be horrible too if not well done. Definitely. I'm starting to feel like all 86 of you would be horrible juror members if you guys weren't a jury, because you guys have too many jokes in here. Like, seriously. Yo, you all would be excused today. Today. Yeah, I have
While
family
we're
with
taking
gout
this break,
too, Priva.
the
It's a
council
horrible thing.
need to see the strikes
to
that I
have.
had. Would that help?
And
Did
then
you get
there's a
them as I was
diet and
going through 'em?
medication management that goes with it too.
Copy the witnesses.
So note that. And
Mr. Allen, are you
actually,
guys
the
good over here with the strikes
person that has it
that
is
I went
not
through?
even in their
Up to
50s.
speed?
They're
Yeah, the ones
very
that you already
young.
announced, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So
I just want to make sure everybody's on the
nuts.
same page.
Oh Lord. Rabbit joke. What do you call two rabbits racing down the road? The Fast and the Furious. First round has been excused. Bunny is so entertaining. Shout out to Bunny. First round excuse? Okay. They would pick on you, Monster Mom. The funny thing is I'm a mod and I sprained my left foot recently. LOL, I'm not driving anymore, not able to mod. Nicole, you, SW, and Chico, I need you guys to stay off your feet. Like, stay off your feet, okay? I might have to have you guys listen, I'm streaming, and if I stream this daily, I might not be able to interact daily. So you guys might have to man while I'm like, either feeding baby bunny or, have to stream and then watch Teletubbies at the same time because baby bunny demands that I sit there and watch Teletubbies. Jen says you guys are dorks. Yeah. You know what else is good for a flare up too is tart cherry juice. Gout flare up, tart cherry juice. But a lot of it has to do with your diet and medication. Barley is horrible for gout. I know that. So keep that in mind. Like we have had to do a huge diet change because of gout. And my understanding is that gout is hereditary. So it's usually from somebody in the family. Hey, I usually quick on my feet. This is my first broken foot in my 34 years of living. Well, there you go. There you go. I mean, there you go. Yeah, lunch meat is horrible. Um, what else is it? Certain kinds of specialty meats are not really good for gout. Keep that in mind.
It
Um,
looks like most
Faux
everybody.
and pho,
Does
however
anyone
you
need
call
more
it, that's
time
horrible
with the
for
witness
gout.
list? Please raise your hand.
It crystallizes the blood. Just
Okay,
keep that
all
in
right.
mind. There's
That's fine.
a
I'm not
huge
trying to hurry you.
diet
I'm just trying to
that.
gauge where we are.
All right, let me mute myself.
And when you're done, just pass it to the center or pass it up to one of these, either Mr. Combs or Mr. Sproul.
It's not signed.
All right. And prosecution, are there any other witnesses which the prosecution may call that were not on that list?
Not that we're aware of at this time, Judge.
Jack, we got one more back there. And from the defense?
possibly Dr. Rhonda Niederhauser, and possibly an investigator.
Okay. Does anyone think they know any of the potential witnesses in this case? If so, please raise your hand. Okay, it looks like we have a few. Let me get back to my list here. Juror number 11. Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I know investigator Colvin on a professional level.
Okay. And where does investigator Colvin fit in?
She's one of our DAO investigators, Judge.
Okay. And how do you know investigator Colvin?
Because I'm a DHS welfare fraud investigator, so I create my own fraud case and give it to her. She then verifies and gets the arrest warrants out from the DA's office on my cases.
I've done some of those. So you work with her on a daily basis?
Not daily, Your Honor, just when I have a case that breaches the statutes of felony fraud.
Okay. And well, let me ask, do you have any knowledge from your contacts with her about this case?
No, Your Honor.
So the concern is that you do know her on a professional basis, work with her regularly, those kinds of things. Do I have that right? Okay. Do you think that you would be able to set aside, well, let me ask, is she a coworker or is she a friend or both?
I would say more a coworker. I don't know on a personal level at all. I just know that she does take a lot of my cases that I give to the district attorney, verifies, looks at my stuff, figures out what statutes the charges will go under, because I don't have that option. I just say this is what they did.
Okay.
And then we discuss those, but we've never discussed anything more than professional case.
Okay. Would you be able to judge her testimony? I don't know whether she's going to testify or not. Let me tell you that.
Okay.
Oftentimes what each side puts on their witness list is somebody that they may call. That doesn't mean that they're going to call them. And it may be somebody that has some peripheral, I mean, for all I know, she may have put in some information on a computer screen one time and that's it, but they need that witness to establish some foundation. It's also possible that there was some investigation by that person. That person will be testifying about a critical piece of evidence in this case. So it could be from one extreme to the other and anywhere in between.
Mm-hmm.
The question that I have for you is, would you be able to judge the investigator's testimony just as you would judge any other testimony that was given by someone?
Absolutely.
Would you find her to be more credible just because you know her? Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. And juror number 7. Yes, sir.
Ian Marks.
Okay. And how do you know that person? Oh, you were both in the military together? Okay. Do you know this person since they left the military? Oh, he's still in the military. Probably not the same guy, is it?
Probably, can we get a copy of that list back so we can follow along?
Sure. I need one too.
Thank you.
And what was the name again? Ian Marks. Okay. And prosecution, how does Mr. Marks fit into the case?
Judge, he's more the way you described the very peripheral type witnesses. The chances that we actually call him is very, very low.
Is this person actually in the military though?
I don't know that off the top of my head. We can look into that though.
Okay. Let me ask you then, check into that while we're talking about it. Juror number 7, let me ask you, if Mr. Marks were to testify, would you be able to judge his testimony just as you would anyone else's testimony? Would you give it any greater or lesser credibility because of I'm not even exactly sure what your contact is with him.
No, sir.
Okay.
I just know him.
Okay. So would you be able to just judge his testimony just as you would anyone else's? Okay. Anyone else in this group? No. All All right, back here, anybody know any of the witnesses? Juror 36. I didn't hear that last part all the way. She what? Okay. Ah, okay. And how well do you know her, or do you just know her in a professional capacity, or? Okay. Oh, got it. Okay. And how long have you known her? Okay. Okay. And is she a friend, a work acquaintance, or what? Would you be able to judge her testimony just as you would anyone else's testimony? There's no right or wrong answers here. Okay. All right. Anyone else in this group? Okay, let me go in the far back there, juror 49.
Your Honor, I did not hear the second additional witness from the defense. I
Sorry.
apologize.
Caitlin Freck. She's an investigator.
I'm good.
You're good. Okay. All right. And then juror 53.
I'm not sure about Greg Horsley. The name sounds familiar to me. It's not close, or it is not someone I'm close to, so I don't have a problem.
Okay.
And the other one is Doug Niederhauser. My wife has worked as a professional. My ex-wife has worked with her.
Okay. Anything about that you think would cause you any difficulty judging her testimony?
I think so.
Okay. In this group, anybody know any of the potential witnesses? And then let's see, we are juror 58. Yes, sir.
Second Mike Boggs, I work.
So, well, let me ask, more than 3 years ago? Okay. All right. So anything about that you think would cause you any difficulty judging his testimony? All right. Thank you, sir. Anyone else over in this group? Is there anyone that I missed? And let me go to juror 39. Do you know anybody on the witness list, sir? In the blue shirt? Do you know anybody on the witness list? Okay. All right. All right. At this point in time, I'm going to give the attorneys an opportunity to provide you with sort of it's a mini opening statement. It will be, it's going to be about 2 minutes long, and it's going to be their opportunity to tell you what they think the issues in the case are. It's not necessarily what you'll find them to be if you're selected to serve as jurors. Remember that nothing that the attorneys say at any point in time is evidence. With that, prosecution.
Thank you, Judge. And is it okay if I stand sort of, I don't need to be
Yeah.
in front of the microphone?
No, you can use the well. You can wander around. It's fine. Just speak up so that they can hear you.
So the case that you're going to potentially be sitting on involves a young boy named Gannon Stauch. He was 11 years old on the weekend of January 26th, which was a Sunday. And he was left in the care of his stepmother, the defendant, at their home in the Lorson Ranch area, which is sort of southeast part of Colorado Springs, very close to the airport. Gannon's father, Al Stauch, is in the National Guard and had traveled to Oklahoma early that Sunday morning for training, leaving Gannon with the defendant. Sometime that night, Gannon suffered some burns. And then the next day, on the 27th, which was a Monday, he suffered some really horrific injuries, including multiple stab wounds, blunt force trauma to the head, and gunshot to his jaw. The person, again, that was in custody or control of Gannon was the defendant. And the evidence will show that the defendant hid some evidence up by Palmer Lake, a bloody board, and potentially some other information, and then drove Gannon's body to Florida and dumped him in a suitcase over a bridge, over an estuary or a river, and then was eventually arrested in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. You'll hear lots of testimony about forensics, including cell phone forensics, showing travel locations, evidence about crime scene processing, including blood pattern analysis. And at the end of all of this evidence, 6 weeks roughly of evidence, we will come back to you and ask you to find the defendant guilty of the crimes that the judge has already laid out. One of the big issues is that the defendant has pled not guilty by reason of insanity. So you will have to weigh out whether she's guilty or not guilty based on the charges that we'll present to you, and also weigh out whether insanity existed at the time that these offenses occurred, and whether that weighs into her inability to form the intent required to commit these offenses. Really, at the very boiled down way to look at that is, could she understand back then on January 27th, 2020, the difference between right and wrong? And we will come back to you asking you to find that she could understand the difference from right and wrong and find her guilty of the crimes that we've already laid out for you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Defense, Mr. Tellini.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear about 8 weeks worth of evidence. There are all kinds of people come from all over the country. You're going to hear evidence about cell phones. You're going to hear evidence about computers. You're going to hear evidence about Facebook. There are literally going to be days and days of evidence. But what you will not hear from this side of the table is any type of reasonable explanation why Letecia Stauch would have done this. We hear from friends, neighbors, teachers, other people that all they observed is that she was a loving stepmom. She was a loving stepmom to Gannon. You'll hear evidence from experts and other people about her unraveling mental state in the weeks leading up to this homicide. You'll hear evidence how finally in the day before this horrific event, due to numerous mental health issues that she has, she snapped and was in a psychotic state. Ladies and gentlemen, we believe it will be clear that the only explanation for this horrible act was that Ms. Stauch was insane at the time that it occurred. Thank you.
All right. In this case, you will be asked to render a decision based on the evidence presented in this courtroom and the instructions that I will give you. Even if you have heard or read something in the media, the real question is whether or not you can put that aside and decide this case based on the evidence you hear in this courtroom. Is there anyone here who thinks they cannot do that? Juror, start in the front here. Juror 17. Yes, ma'am. Tell me what the issue is.
Yes, sir. I suffered abuse at the hands of a neighbor at Haven 9. I do carry a lot of anger about it, and I would like to sit here and tell you that I could go through with this without bias, but I just can't tell you that for sure.
Okay, that's fair. And juror number 9, did you have your hand up? Yes, yes, ma'am. Or I'm sorry, you are 8. I'm sorry. Bring me off again. The empty seats. See, I get confused too. All right, juror number 8.
I thought I don't think I can make a decision being not biased on what I've heard. And
Anyone else in this group? No. How about back here? Anyone back there? No? Um, hold on, that is juror 35. Go ahead. Okay. All right. The question is whether or not you can hold the prosecution to their burden of proof, and they have to prove everything beyond a reasonable doubt. They also have to prove that she was sane beyond a reasonable doubt. So it's their burden to prove all of that. The question is, do you think, okay. All right. Anyone else in that group? Okay. And anyone over here in the back? And this is what's going to throw me off here. I think you're juror number 67. Yes, ma'am. That's all right. It's okay. What interview are you talking about? Oh, okay. Okay. And just so that I understand exactly what it is you're talking about, she's being interviewed by a news person and she's standing with her back to the camera. Is that the one that you're talking about? Okay. Anyone else in this group? No? All right. I want to go through some instructions, and especially an instruction that you will receive later that is especially important for you to consider now. You may hear the attorney's comment on the law at various points of the case. However, you are to be guided by what I say about the law. In this case, every person charged with a crime is presumed innocent. This presumption of innocence remains with the defendant throughout the trial and should be given effect by you unless, after considering all of the evidence, you are then convinced that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is upon the prosecution to prove to the satisfaction of the jury beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of all of the elements necessary to constitute the crime charged. Reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense, which arises from a fair and rational consideration of all of the evidence or lack of evidence in the case. It is a doubt which is not a vague, speculative, or imaginary doubt, but such a doubt as would cause reasonable people to hesitate to act in matters of importance to themselves. If you find from the evidence that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you will find the defendant guilty. If you find from the evidence that the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you will find the defendant not guilty. A few minutes ago, you heard me tell you that the defendant was presumed to be innocent. That means that if I were to give you a verdict form right now and ask you to fill it out, the law would require that you find the defendant not guilty. That's because you've not heard any evidence in this case, and the defendant is presumed innocent. And that doesn't change because the attorneys got up and told you what they think the evidence is going to be, because nothing that they say is evidence. In addition, someone in a few moments, the attorneys will have an opportunity to ask you some questions. But somebody else may ask you whether or not you think the defendant has done something wrong, or else you wouldn't be here. However, that is an improper question under our system of justice. We don't just randomly select people from the street to suddenly appear in a courtroom as a defendant in a case. Obviously, there is a process in place which resulted in the filing of the charges against this defendant. However, the charges against the defendant are not evidence either. The charges against the defendant are just accusations. The fact that the defendant has been accused is not evidence that the defendant committed any crime. As such, the defendant is presumed to be innocent, and until the district attorney presents sufficient evidence to overcome the presumption beyond a reasonable doubt, you must continue to presume the defendant is innocent. Stated differently, unless and until the prosecution presents sufficient evidence to overcome the presumption of innocence beyond a reasonable doubt, Ms. Stauch's guilt has not been proven. That's what the presumption of innocence means. You may also find it helpful to think of this process as sort of similar to a recipe in a cookbook. That's because the charges, once you see them, have certain things in them that the prosecution must prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, for instance, suppose that you wanted a Denver omelet, and you took some eggs and you scrambled them up and you added some ham and you added some mushrooms. In that case, you might have a really nice ham and Swiss omelet, but you wouldn't have a Denver omelet. If the prosecution charges the defendant with a Denver omelet, they have to prove a Denver omelet. There's no substitutions on the menu that are allowed. The prosecution has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt what it has charged and not something else. I also want to talk about the defendant's right to remain silent for a moment. Someone may ask you whether or not you would need to hear from both sides in order to be fair. Everybody wants to be fair, right? And you can only do that if you hear from both sides, right? However, that is an improper question because that's not the process that is followed in a court of law. This isn't the Jerry Springer or Maury Povich show. The government brought these charges against an individual. Because of that, the government has the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt every element of the charges that it brought. The defendant has no obligation to disprove the government's case. Stated differently, the defendant does not have to present any evidence or any testimony. In fact, I suspect they're not, but defense counsel could choose to take a nap at defense counsel table, and it would not change the prosecution's obligation to prove every element of the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. In addition, every defendant has a constitutional right not to testify. The decision not to testify cannot be used as an inference of guilt and cannot prejudice the defendant. That's because it is not evidence, does not prove anything, and must not be considered for any purpose. Now, sometimes you'll hear when you're talking with friends or family or acquaintances, or sometimes the attorneys will ask a question designed to elicit a response from you similar to, well, I know that if I were accused of something, I would make sure I took the stand and told my side of the story. As I indicated earlier, that's kind of a trick question because that's not the process that we follow in a court proceeding. In any event, does anybody here know statistically what the #1 psychological fear is in the population? It rates higher than a fear of death, and most people find it scarier than meeting up with a rattlesnake. Public speaking. So, of course, what we do is we bring you all down and ask you questions in front of a lot of other people, asking you for responses to those questions. All of you have been subject to questioning by myself. In a few minutes, you'll be subject to questioning from the attorneys. And I want you to think on that experience for a moment. Were you nervous? If you had a choice, would you have chosen not to be questioned? And none of you were questioned in front of a jury, and none of you were either a witness or been accused of a crime in this case. The bottom line is that it is possible that the defendant won't testify. It's possible that the defendant will testify. But regardless of who testifies and who doesn't, the question is always the same. And that is, based on the evidence presented, whatever that evidence is, has the prosecution proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged? Is there anyone who thinks that they cannot follow that process? Please raise your hand. Is there anyone who thinks that they would have to hear from the defendant before deciding the issues in this case? Please raise your hand. No response. All right, and at this point in time, I'm going to excuse juror 17 in the front, juror 8 in the back, and juror 67. You're all, I'm going to excuse you at this point in time, and you can go ahead and go on about your business. All right, we've asked you all questions about the length of the trial and publicity and those sorts of things. I do want to ask some questions about the plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. Give me just a moment. Is there anyone who has, and I may have already excused this juror, is there anyone who has an issue simply with the plea of not guilty by reason of insanity? All right, and let me start back here first. Juror 52, you raised your hand. Can you tell me what that is?
Yes, I'm probably gonna be a witness in the trial. My best friend was, and her husband was both themselves guardian son. He's really a nephew, but they had guardianship of him.
Oh, okay. All right. That made a little more sense to me. Go ahead.
And his plea is insane. So how much I hear about. And he's friends with nearly murder.
How long ago did that happen? Okay. And that case, is it here in El Paso County? All right. And has it been scheduled for trial yet?
It has off and on, and evaluated. One point being, other point.
It sounds as though then that case is probably being prosecuted by Mr. Allen's office. It's a criminal case. Do I have that right? Okay. Has anyone, I guess on either side, spoken with you about the process of how evaluations occur and what it means to be found insane or not insane? Okay. So you're looking at the facts as you know them to be in that case and wondering how can this possibly be? Do I have it sort of right? Okay. And I suspect I've done sanity cases before. And that's actually, frankly, a fairly common issue is how did all this occur? And you would, if you are selected to serve as a juror in this case, you would receive instructions about what it is that you're supposed to look at and what the law is governing a plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. And I don't want to read them at this point in time. It's hard to put them in context until you actually have the evidence
Pigeon Mac,
to
nobody
see
should
what they
time you
are.
out. I don't know. Did somebody accidentally time out Pigeon
But
Mac?
the question would be whether or not you think that you would be able to decide the issues in this case and make a determination regarding whether or not the prosecution has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was
Yeah,
saying
no
at the
worries.
time that
Pigeon
the
Mac,
offense was committed
did
in this
anybody time
case.
out Pigeon Mac? I see your comments, maybe by accident
Okay.
or
All
maybe
right.
intentional. Pigeon Mac. I'm
And
just joking.
then, juror number
Um,
53, you had raised your hand?
This is what I'm gathering
My ex-wife,
is that
That's right. Yeah.
and I have a
twice for
bias
competent for
against
trial. Thank you. So I think that
healthcare
they're
in
going to leave it
general
up to
because,
us, not us, but the jury,
he
to
used the
determine
knowledge
whether she is
When you say she, do you mean your ex-wife
like,
or some?
if there's a
Okay,
plea
go
for
ahead.
insanity here. So it's not even on us
said
anymore.
that I was-
Or not us, but the
I was
jury.
probably
I mean, it's not on the
There was
court at
problems
this
in the
point.
marriage. I can take some responsibility. I just struggle with that.
Okay. And how, tell me a little bit about the kind of work that your ex-wife did. I remember that she worked in the mental health field. What was it that she did?
She deals with, she's at LPC, licensed professional counselor, and she works with trauma.
Does she work in a hospital or is it a private practice?
Doesn't private practice now. She did work at Super.
How long ago was that?
That was May.
Okay. And when did you separate?
Separated. Last time it was August, I think. The divorce was final.
So August of last year? Okay. And when she came home, was she telling you about, in general, the patients that she had seen, the issues that she was dealing with, those kinds of things?
General, yes.
I'm just trying to get an understanding of what knowledge you may have about sanity or not guilty by reason of insanity from your wife.
Just that based on her experience that there are broken people. And I fully agree with that, but she said that there are also people that.
Okay. All right. Did I get everybody over here? How about over here? Any hands over here? Nope. All right. All right. Council approach, please.
I'm going to put up a picture of Michael Allen, who is the district attorney. All right, I'm repeating myself. District Attorney of El Paso County, who's been following this case. I believe he's the one. If it's not him, maybe it's his assistant that'll be, trying this case as well. So just a heads up, I'm going to be posting these pictures as well as who the defense is.
So give me just a moment, and I think we're going to take an early lunch break. So give me just a moment. All right, at this point in time, I'm going to excuse Juror 32 here in the front row. The gentleman with gout, you don't need to come back. I will also
Excuse the gentleman with gout.
Juror
He doesn't need to come back.
52 and 53 in the back. I will give them a chance to leave, and then I'll talk with you for just a little bit longer here. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to take our lunch break a little bit early. That'll do a couple of things. First of all, the lawyers have a lot of work to do because they're going to be looking through questionnaires. And when we come back, here's what you can expect. The attorneys will each have 45 minutes to question you regarding topics that they want to cover. And then when we come back, the prosecution will start. Prosecution has the burden of proof, so they almost always go first. And they will start asking questions of everyone. They're going to ask questions of everyone in the courtroom as opposed to just the people in the box. If you are in this room, you should anticipate that you will be on this jury in this case. It may not be today. As I said, we hope to start evidence on April 3rd, but you should anticipate that you're going to be on the jury in this case. So if there are issues that you need to raise or want to raise, you need to tell us those because I can't do anything about it after we have selected the jury. So the attorneys will start their questioning. They'll have 45 minutes per side. At the end of that questioning, what will occur is that I'll send you out in the hallway again for a break. And actually, I'll send you out in the hallway at the end of the prosecution's questioning so that you're not sitting there for an inordinately lengthy period of time. Then we'll have you come back. Defense will have an opportunity to ask you some questions. Then what will occur is the attorneys will come up here and we will have we will have some discussion about potential challenges for cause. And then I will excuse those jurors. Then we will have some jurors left. I do not anticipate that we will have all of the jurors that we need out of today. So that's why we have set aside 2 weeks to select the jury in this case. While the attorneys and I are having a conversation up here, you get to listen to, we don't play music, you get that instead. But it's wonderful white noise, so I don't know what hertz or frequency it at, but should put you at ease. So in any event, we will then have some jurors who are qualified to be on this jury. We will have those jurors come back on April 3. We'll give you a card about that. Here's what a couple of things to keep in mind. First of all, when we take our break, you're free to leave the courthouse. There is a bistro that's in the basement. I think it's open today. Yeah, okay. There's a bistro that's in the basement. Most of the eating joints are north on Tejon. A few of them are south on Tejon. But come back and be back in place at, say, 1:15. We'll open the doors at 1:15 to allow everybody back in so that we can start at that point in time. I cannot start until everybody is here. So I need everybody to be here on time. And then we will be able to go. You've heard a little bit about what this case is about. You've had a lot of questions from me. You're going to have even more from the attorneys. Do not go online or check anything about this case. Okay. Don't check out the attorneys. Don't check out myself, any of the staff that are involved. Don't do any investigation about any aspect of this case. Once this case is done, or once your obligation is done here and you're released, you can do all of that you want, but you cannot do it in the meantime. So if you run into a story that mentions, oh, this jury is going, just swipe right or left or whatever it is that you do. I don't know. If you are on a page and you're looking at a newspaper and you see something about it, go to the next page. I'm not saying that you can't be on the internet. I'm not saying that you can't watch TV or listen to the radio or anything like that. But if you start to hear something or see something that has to do with this case, ignore it. change the station, move the page, do something else, flip the newspaper over, whatever it is that you need to do. So with that, if we can have everyone back at 1:15, stacked up in the hallway at 1:15. We've got lots of benches out there, and there are a lot fewer of you now than there were this morning. So there should be plenty of room out there, but be there at 1:15. Also, please, 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 while you're in the hallway, I know that it's uncomfortable, and I know that this whole process is uncomfortable. But please stay quiet out there. There's still other business that's going on in the courthouse and in this hallway. We don't want to interrupt or disrupt what's going on elsewhere. So with that, we'll see you all back at 1:15. All rise for the jury, please.
Said the basement bistro sounds very delicious. Look, let me go ahead and show you the controversial interview. That's what it's called. Isn't it the basement bistro? Doesn't sound very. I didn't know there was a bistro in a basement bistro. Okay, let me stop. Look, let me stop. So I think we've been muted. I think they have, what is it, an hour lunch? Is that what it sounds like? Is that what it is? Everybody's. Did I hear that correctly? It was like an hour lunch. Keep the integrity of the case. There is no justice. We love justice. Yes, yes. Let me show you guys the interview that I think set the firestorm. I remember watching this when it happened. This is Letecia Stauch, okay? It's about a 10-minute interview. Listen to, this is when Gannon, oh, hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Oh, shit. 1:15.
Want to raise at
Hold
this
up.
point in time, Mr. Allen?
Not from us, Judge.
Defense, either side?
Yes, Your Honor, I know that
Go ahead.
Your Honor has already denied my motion for
The
further
attorneys.
voir dire. I don't know if Your Honor would consider when we bring back everybody on Monday for the, I'm on April 3rd.
Oh, okay.
At that
mhm.
point in time, allowing each side to have 30 to 45 minutes. And the reason
Hmm.
being, Your Honor, is right now, almost the entire focus, I believe, is on challenges for cause. If we could, then we have the panel come in, have 30 to 45 minutes so that we can intelligently exercise preemptory challenges. I think that would be helpful. I don't think that will put us
Yeah.
behind schedule at all, but I think just with the issues we're dealing with cause today and just 30, 45 minutes for other issues, so that we can effectively intelligently use our preemptory challenges.
Yeah, I'll give it some thought.
Okay.
It's, I wouldn't allow, extensive questioning. And when they come back, I'm going to ask them if things have changed, and that may raise some questions anyway.
Yes.
But I'm not set in stone. I'll give it some thought.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So we need to have Ms. Stauch back in place and ready to go at 1:15.
1:15.
And
Cole, welcome to the membership, my love.
I think that's it. The hard part is going to be getting them back in here in the places that they're supposed to be. And I will give some thought to some other potential challenges, and we'll see where we go. So with that,
All rise.
we'll be in
Okay.
recess.
I don't know if they're muting us. Will we be
Hey,
muted?
Jack, we can leave our stuff in here. I take it.
Absolutely, absolutely. Let me,
I think they're exiting now. So Jack is the co-host. Is Jack like the, I don't know, the clerk? Probably Midwest. Probably, very likely. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Cole. I'm so glad you've been subscribed for a while. All right. I'm going to go ahead and transition over to this interview. Now, this is the interview that, oh my goodness, is right in my mouth. This is the interview that kind of set the firestorm for everybody. On looking at Letecia, I think a little bit interesting This is one of the first ones that she did. All right, and we're using this under fair use. This is what I was able to capture from another channel. I hopefully it's I think it's available actually out there as well, but just watch.
I am Letecia Stauch, which is Gannon's stepmother.
You've been a part of the investigation since the very first time. You were the last person to see him. Is that right?
Correct.
What did you see when you last saw him?
Well, I'm not allowed to talk about anything with the case. I would more so be willing to talk about how the community needs to have faith and continue to work together and not make these false accusations, like the things that have been said that I've disappeared from the community. I haven't been there to help, but there's lots of reasons behind that.
Reasons like death threats, right?
Right. Death threats are one of them. My family's getting lots of death threats. We counted over 20 some death threats already. Two, my husband's ex-wife is living in our home. And of course, I'm not coming home to do these things and to help with the family when I was kind of like told I couldn't. And then many other things that happened with the El Paso County Police Department, you know, and in doing the investigation, I was told I wasn't complying. And can I elaborate on that?
Please do.
Yes. So I asked for an attorney during the interview, and I was denied that by them. I was held because they were blocking the door, and I was told I couldn't leave, and that if I would have touched them, they would have probably, you know, said I still wasn't complying or said I was, you know, trying to run away or something. But during the interview, I asked several times, could I stop the interview? Could I get an attorney? Could I stop the interview? Could I get an attorney? I was denied. I was told I couldn't get nothing to drink. I couldn't go to the bathroom. I mean, it was continuously that my constitutional rights were violated.
And that's why you say that they said then you weren't cooperating with the investigation.
That's why they said I wasn't cooperating at that time. Correct.
And why did you ask for an attorney at the time?
Well, I asked for an attorney at the time because there was one individual, there was two really good detectives. And so I'm not, you know, going to talk bad about detectives, but the tactics they started to get when I would answer questions, they try to, you know, they're detectives. They're supposed to twist. The one main goal is to find Gannon. But during that time, some of those things made me feel uncomfortable the way they were saying things. So I immediately stopped and felt like an attorney would help me with some of the vocabulary and things like that I needed help with and understanding some of the things that they were asking.
I'm going to shift gears to what has become a huge online presence of people obviously trying to do the right thing, help find Gannon. But at the same time, sometimes it just feels like rumor mongering. Have you seen any of those comments yourself?
We have. And see, that's one of the main things we haven't been around in the public eye.
Thank you, Peekaboo, for gifting a membership. Peekaboo just gifted a membership to Midwest. Thank you for being welcome to the membership. And Peekaboo, thank you so much for gifting, my love.
Because I didn't want to expose my family to it if all these things were going on. You know, there was comments about Gannon getting pushed off the hike, and there was comments about this, and that's just not true. I took care of Gannon for the last 2 years in our home because his mother didn't want to do it. And I would never, ever hurt this child. And I know there's some questions out there about, okay, so tell me what happens. That's up to the investigations when they end up letting you guys know. But I've cooperated with them, even to the point that we were held with a gun. And my daughter, a 17-year-old who serves our country in the United States Air Force, who has never committed a crime or done anything wrong in her life, was put in handcuffs over the keys that was in her purse so they could take her car.
And they weren't in there.
They weren't even in her car. I mean, in her purse. And they were in my pocket.
You originally didn't even know it was the law enforcement officer?
I didn't know it was a law enforcement officer because when he came out, I guess he was putting his jacket on, and it wasn't necessarily his fault. He was adjusting and happened to catch me. But I saw the gun and I panicked originally and kind of thought, oh gosh, I got the, like, who is this guy? And then once I realized it was the sheriff's office, I was totally okay, but they still had a gun and told me they were going to shoot me. But I was really concerned about my daughter, asking why she was being detained in handcuffs and things like that, when that shouldn't even happen for a child. That shouldn't happen for someone who was standing inside of a store shopping, because we couldn't have any clothes because all of our clothes were here. If we came here and got clothes, you know, we would be harassed. So she went to purchase some underwear and things like that and was put in the handcuffs in the store, you know, and then brought out with men with guns. And that's just not okay. You know, they could have approached me and said, hi, I'm with El Paso County. Can I please get this? Instead of the way that it happened.
I'm just going to check your chat. Doing great. I want to make sure that we're still good on recording, still can hear you okay. Okay, yeah, sounds like we're good. Every once in a while my mic will give out, and I want to make sure that's not going to happen here. Okay. I should try and clarify here. Not necessarily crime rates, but the way that people are reacting online to rumors about you with the search.
Oh yes, wow. The rumors have gotten so bad. I pretty much have been told at least 10 different ways that these people have these conspiracy theories. I guess they watch a lot of law shows and maybe they have all these theories on how Gannon is dead. And that's what they're saying. So I'm like, why are you saying Gannon is dead? He is not dead. We are going to find Gannon. And that's the main goal that we all have. My family has. Just because you haven't seen us, we have that same goal. We've been out searching. My aunt has been out searching. My family has been out searching. We all have been doing that together so that we can protect each other.
How does it feel when not only you have a lost child who you are in care of, but then people blaming you for that child not being there?
You know, I'm just ready for Gannon to come home. Most importantly, for him to see his family. But second, I am going to be so ecstatic when I'm able to say to people that I hope they have a really sincere apology for all these theories that have came out online, for all the things they said that I have done or people have done. And I just want everyone to know that we're going to find Gannon. And I love him so much. I've helped taking care of him for so long.
Can you talk to me a little bit about him? I don't know him.
Gannon is so kind and he loves to play video games. That's one of his favorite things. He loves Sonic and Mario. And, you know, he's always helpful. And he was always so helpful with the dogs around the house. And we have 2 little cute dogs. And he was always like a person I could say, Gannon, can you go do this? And he would do it right away. You know, sometimes with kids, we have to remind them and things like that. And that's okay. But he was so sweet and able to help anyone. He could notice when you're sick and say, are you okay? And such a kind heart.
I know you just said that you can't say anything about the investigation, so you can just say so again if you can't answer this. But is there anything we can hear about the hike? Was there a hike? We don't. That just seems like rumors right now.
You know what? Could we bring my daughter up here because she can go and say that, you know, she came home from work after the hike and she can verify that Gannon was at our home.
Okay, yeah, that's fine with me. And if she doesn't want to, that's okay. But you're allowed
That's
to
fine.
ask her. Sound okay so far?
Yes, I need Harley. Because they want you to verify was Gannon at home after the hike. Because you didn't go to the hike, but you came home from work.
Do you want me to just say yes?
No, just answer the question. Yes, you came home from work and you can verify Gannon was at home. Yeah. I told her she didn't have to be too in depth because she is still, you know, a child. But I want to make sure that someone knows that there's another person to verify that Gannon.
Sure.
Does she need to hold this?
No.
Yes, so I came home later that evening. I was at work and I can verify that he was there that night.
So there was a hike that you guys went on, but then you guys came home.
Yes.
Where'd you guys go hiking?
Garden of the Gods.
Okay. I guess when.
And then we ate Burger King afterwards. So, you know.
There you go.
Yeah.
And then it just was, I'm gonna go to play at a friend's house. And then it was just, I'm off to go to play at a friend's house.
Unfortunately, I'm not able to like comment on that anymore. And for that reason is because some things have been turned and twisted. And, you know, that was one of those stories you were talking about where people say things. We had to hear things like who would let their child go out at dark and things like that. And that's just why I don't want to answer that. If I had to give, I'm not gonna say that part.
That's okay.
Never mind.
Right.
I could take that out.
I understand that it gets tricky with
Yeah.
legal stuff. Do you feel like I asked you what I need to? Do you feel like this is going to help kind of turn the tide of what feels like a witch hunt, in my opinion?
I hope am I on camera now?
You are
okay.
still.
Okay. I think that a lot of people can see that I'm not missing and see that I am being cooperative. But to me, it's okay that they think those things because the way someone thinks about me, I don't have a problem with that. My main thing is I would never want someone to think that I would hurt Gannon or any of the children in our home because that's just not the case. I've spent my whole entire life working so hard in education. There was even things online that was talking about my education license and I shouldn't even be a teacher. And they just didn't know that. Like we moved on a military move and I didn't finish out my contract. So I gave up my license in that state. It had nothing to do with any criminal activity, you know, or any of those things. And it just got blown out of proportion on my professional status, you know. And
do you feel like these are just internet detectives who think they know what they're doing?
it definitely is. And, you know, here's the thing that kind of saddens me. It's like if you're going to talk about someone like that and have a witch hunt out for them, why would you even care like about doing those things? Because this is a child. You're telling me that you're just as mean, you're just as hateful to talk about someone else like that. That's how I feel. Like we just should not, we should all come together and wait until the end and see what happens, because Gannon's going to come home.
Any message for Gannon?
The message for Gannon I have is, Gannon, when you get here, you'll be able to truly tell what happened. And then I really hope I get a sincere apology from everyone who has made all those things, especially from my husband.
Y'all need to
I just wanted to add a
apologize.
message to Gannon from my family.
All of us.
Is that we love you and miss you. And we hope that you come home soon. And Gannon, I can't wait till you can come home and let everyone know that you're okay. We love you.
Yeah. So, tell me what your thoughts are. Okay, now let me play something real quick, okay? When she was arrested, there was a news conference of that. Hold up. We're going to go ahead and play it here. Okay, so just so those that are tuning in, their jury selection is in process right now. They are selecting jurors for Letecia Stauch and this trial. Okay, I'm gonna be in it because I mean they're on lunch and they're on lunch till like 1:15. I believe it's mountain time, and that would be if you're in Eastern 1:15 that's what 3:15 your guys' time in Eastern. It's gonna be everywhere, so I might be in and out. I might just leave it because I also need to take a break. You know what I'm saying? And I gotta attend to baby bunny and do all that other stuff. But I'll play different clips here and there. I might not be on mic. But the chat will be open for you guys to engage with each other and let me know your thoughts. Now, while some of this is playing, yes, thank you, 1:15 Mountain Time. Some of this is playing. I'm looking at the what is it, the West trial as well, because I'm trying to get some not some intel, but I'm trying to get some information about that trial that's also going this week, and I believe the Vallow case is also this week as well, or this sometime this month. So I'm trying to get more information and see if any of this is going to be in public or recorded or something for us to be able to get some more information on that other case that I'm definitely interested in covering. Let me go ahead and play this. I'm in and out, but I'm still here. Headphones in the chat. I also got to tend to baby bunny. Let's go.
Missing 11-year-old Gannon Stauch has been arrested on suspicion of first-degree murder charges.
The Sheriff's Office about to announce brand new developments in Gannon Stauch's case, and you're watching this news conference live right now, which is set to begin at any moment now. Let's take a listen.
Today. We thank you for your patience as we work diligently to piece together what led to Gannon's disappearance. Our speakers today will be Sheriff Bill Elder, Lieutenant Mitch Mahalko, FBI Denver Division Special Agent in Charge, Dean Phillips, District Attorney Dan May, and Senior Deputy District Attorney Michael Allen. We will not be taking any questions at the conclusion of the press conference. However, I will be reading a statement from Gannon's father, Al. Landon may not speak. Please respect the family's request for privacy as they begin to absorb and process the devastating news they have received today. Sheriff Elder.
Thanks, Jackie. Welcome, everybody. Today marks 5 weeks since the investigation into the disappearance of Gannon Stauch. We're holding the press conference to update you on some significant developments. While we've yet to locate Gannon, this morning, just after 8:00 a.m. East Coast time, Letecia Stauch was taken into custody in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina without incident by law enforcement officers from the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, the Denver and Columbia divisions of the FBI, the Myrtle Beach, South Carolina Police Department, the Horry County, South Carolina Police Department, and Sheriff's Office. Letecia will be held without bond in the J. Reuben Long Detention Center in Horry County, South Carolina, where she will remain until she's extradited back to Colorado Springs on the following charges. Charge 1, murder in the first degree of a child under 12 years of age by a person in a position of trust. Child abuse resulting in death. Tampering with a deceased human body. and tampering with physical evidence. I cannot stress enough what a difficult time this has been for Gannon's family. Like Jackie said, they've provided a written statement, but they will not, and they won't be providing any interviews at this time. And I ask that you protect their privacy. This has been a rapidly developing and highly complex investigation, and it underscores the importance of teamwork in the law enforcement agents in our community. While our hope is always that tragic cases like this never happen, it is precisely why the extremely close relationships we enjoy with our local, state, and national law enforcement partners becomes the most important. The list of people from around the country that have worked many, many long hours and invested themselves so deeply and is long and impressive. I offer my sincere thanks to each and every one of you for all that you've done in the investigative efforts so far. The safety of the citizens of this community is the top priority to all of us standing before you today. We'd like to thank the thousands of members of this community for your compassion, your kindness, and your thoughtfulness, your generosity, and your support while we've taken on the tireless search efforts over the past 5 weeks. On behalf of the Sheriff's Office, all of the investigators, the staff, the volunteers involved in this investigation from all over the United States, we would like to express our deepest sympathies to Gannon's family and friends. There is no way to express the depth of our sympathy, and our hearts break for you. But I make this promise: this team will continue its work. These partners will remain steadfast and diligent until the conclusion and final prosecution of this case. We will not stop, and this investigation has only begun. Letecia's arrest photograph will be made available to the media as soon as we can following the press conference. Jackie will have the details. And now I will turn the microphone over to Lieutenant Mitch Mahalko.
Good afternoon. We will not be going into detail about the information in the investigation which ultimately resulted in the arrest of Letecia. But I can tell you that this has been a methodical and time-consuming multi-state operation with investigators working nearly around the clock to find Gannon. There have been thousands of hours of investigation and search efforts. This includes large-scale searches, in addition to small, specific searches with drones, horses, canines, and other resources. While we have not yet found Gannon, information has been developed that is helping us narrow our search. As you can see from the arrest, sadly, we do not believe Gannon is alive. Our work is only just beginning, and you will continue to see many law enforcement officials in El Paso County over the coming weeks and possibly months as we continue our relentless pursuit of justice for Gannon and his family. On behalf of the investigators and staff involved in this investigation, we would like to express our deepest sympathies to the family and the friends of Gannon. The death of a child is something no parent should ever have to endure. This case has not just been an investigation for us. This case has become very personal and will forever remain in our hearts. We will continue to work closely with the 4th Judicial District Attorney's Office, the FBI, and other partners to the conclusion of this investigation. At this time, I'd like to turn this over to FBI Denver Division Special Agent in Charge, Dean Phillips.
Thank you for being here today. On behalf of the men and women of the FBI, all the special agents, investigative analysts, support staff, and our task force officers, we express our deepest condolences to the family, the friends, and the loved ones of Gannon Stauch. To the press, I also ask that you give the family space and time in order to process the information that they're dealing with now. To the community, thank you for your patience and understanding, for your assistance, and for the support you provided to the law enforcement community as we've worked through this investigation. The law enforcement community, I want to recognize in particular the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, the Colorado Springs Police Department, the Douglas County Police, Douglas County Sheriff's Office. Our partners are task force partners in Pueblo, the Pueblo PD, Pueblo County Sheriff's Office, and the Colorado State Patrol. All of these agencies have worked tirelessly and seamlessly together throughout this investigation. Although this is not the outcome for which we had hoped, we continue to work this aggressively, and we will continue to work it through to the end. As far as the FBI is concerned, we brought significant resources to bear, to include agents, special agents, investigative analysts, technical support, evidence response teams, and behavioral analysis unit support. But we are not done. We will be here with our partners to the end. We will continue to help law enforcement and the prosecutors see this to the very end. And know this, when it comes to the loss of a child, the FBI will always bring all available and logical resources to bear to help our law enforcement partners when called. We will answer the call. To the community, I want to tell you that at this point, all the evidence points to Gannon's disappearance being the result of foul play. But we have no reason to believe that there is any information or intelligence indicating a threat to other children in the community. Thank you very much.
This is not the outcome that anybody here wanted. We wish today, as we were standing here, that we had little Gannon with us to be able to present to our community still alive and doing well. Unfortunately, that's not the situation. As you've heard, an arrest warrant was issued for first-degree murder of Gannon in this case. Unfortunately, we've had to get to know the family now as part of our prosecution family, and they'll be with us for the next many months going forward. It's an unfortunate thing that we are here today. I do want to thank all those who've been involved. The FBI has been amazing. John Cronin, who's the special agent in charge here in Colorado Springs, has spent literally his team 24/7 for weeks across this country. We could not have done this without their support. Bill Elder's team has been fabulous in terms of their work, working tirelessly again 24/7 for many weeks, hoping we would find Gannon. Unfortunately, we are not. Colorado Springs Police Department, Kevin Clark came over, and it's been amazing the work that he has done, which I understand he may even get a special recognition from the FBI in terms of what he's done on this case. My lead prosecutor on this case has been Michael Allen. He will continue to be the lead prosecutor throughout this case. And with that, I'd like to introduce him to fill you in on some of the things we expect going forward.
I want to let everybody know that the affidavit in this case supporting the arrest warrant remains sealed. We do understand why this case has drawn the attention it has from across our community and also across our country. But we want to do everything we can to make sure we achieve justice for Gannon. So we're not going to talk about the facts of the case going forward. We want to make sure that we protect these criminal proceedings. Anytime a child goes missing, it's natural for people to want to help out. And we encourage people, if you have credible tips, to still report those tips to the Sheriff's Department. We are going to continue this investigation. And really, it's a two-pronged investigation at this point, or process, I should say. One, we still want to bring Gannon home so that he can have a proper burial and his family can achieve the closure that they need. But we also want to hold the person that we are charging, Letecia Stauch, accountable for what she did in this case. She has been arrested on the following charges: murder in the first degree, child under 12 by a person in position of trust. That is a class 1 felony and carries a potential penalty of life in prison without parole. The other charges are child abuse resulting in death, tampering with the deceased body, and tampering with physical evidence. The extradition process is where we are now. We will proceed until we get Letecia back here to face formal filing of charges, which will be sometime in the coming days. We do have a team of folks in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina right now, 2 prosecutors from our office, FBI agents, and members of the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. They're collecting evidence even in South Carolina as we speak, and that will continue until they exhaust that effort.
Thank you, Addie. Addie just gifted 5 memberships, guys. Addie just gifted 5 memberships Jane's was gifted, Mystery was gifted, Bowling with Cotton Balls was gifted, and T. Marie was gifted, as well as Wife was gifted. Guys, thank you so much. Addie, thank you for gifting those memberships. That's 5 memberships, guys. Make sure you drop some hearts for our beautiful, wonderful member, Addie. Thank you. Let me hit play on this.
Effort. I do want to add too that all defendants, Letecia included, are innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That will be the case. It's our burden to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. We are confident that we'll be able to do that. But because we have that
Welcome,
burden,
Lady
we want to protect
Starfire,
these
to the
proceedings. We
membership,
won't
my
be
love.
commenting again on the facts of this case. Thank you very much.
Really am not in the correct mindset to be even standing up here.
This
because I
is
had to say
Gannon's
one
mom,
thing,
guys.
That when he said Gannon is no longer with us, I'd have to say Gannon is with us. After the stories of people from all over the world, he's not only my hero now, he's the world's hero. So I think the community, the positive support from a state that I've never visited other than 2 or 3 times, I'm astounded by the amount of love that's not come from me. It's came from my boy. And never thought I'd be standing here. It's a nightmare. I've had to put trust in the people I don't know. Today, I got the worst news and the best news. Obviously, we know what the worst news is, but the best news is that justice will be served. And I'll make sure that justice is served, because my boy did not deserve any of this that has happened to him. So I urge media one more time just to hold off on questions until we know that this person, the stepmom that I even trusted, that she will pay 100% for this heinous thing she done. And I know that that's going to will be done. So I ask you guys, I beg and plead, if you've known, or if you see this story, all of you have seen this story, please hold that very close to you, because I want to live this earth knowing that justice was served for my boy. And I know that you've seen pictures, you've seen stories, you've seen my little man. He is truly my hero. And I'm gladly giving that to you guys too, that he can be your hero. I've heard stories of people that have not prayed in years, that have finally fell on their knees to pray. And I know where my son's at, without a shadow of a doubt. So many families have been brought closer together because of this. I know my boy is special, and I've told my people and my family and friends that Gannon has a testimony, that Gannon has a story. He's special. And this is his story. So make that story magnificent, who my child is. And I'm putting my trust into you guys to do that. So thank you for allowing Gannon to be your hero and sharing him with us.
So now I'm going to read a statement from Al, Gannon's dad. In a moment on September 29th, 2008, my heart stopped as my baby boy entered this world way too early, weighing only 1 pound, 6 ounces. His infectious smile and constant laughter made an impact on every single person he's ever met. Although I miss the years when he was learning to walk, learning to talk, and he had welcomed his little sissy home from the hospital, I've been looking forward to his teenage years and the fun we had ahead of us as he became a young man. In a moment, on March 2nd, 2020, my heart stopped again with what we have heard up to this point. My little boy is not coming home. We will never play Nintendo again. No more Taco Tuesdays. No more smooth-looking haircuts. No more Big Bubba for my Lena, and no more G-Man for the world. The person who committed this heinous, horrible crime is one that I gave more to anyone else, on this planet, and that is a burden that I will carry with me for a very long time. But the God I believe in is the owner and decider of justice and vengeance. Only he can repay. Although I am selfish and want my baby boy here now and forever, how can I question God for bringing Gannon home to him? Because Gannon believed in God, and I will never stop believing. Thank you to the El Paso County Sheriff's Office and the FBI for the thousands of hours it took to uncover the truth as we know it. And may they stay strong and focused as they move forward. The mugshot for Letecia will be available on our social media platforms as soon as she is formally booked into the Horry County Sheriff's Office detention facility. I do have press packets available for the media, which will be available at the conclusion of the press conference. As Senior District Attorney Michael Allen said, all investigation questions should be directed to the District Attorney's Office. All search effort information will continue to come from the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. Right now, I'd like to take the time to thank the media for your constant coverage and not letting this nation forget Gannon. Our work is not done. Let's continue to work together to find him. Thank you for coming.
And you heard that was the spokesperson there for the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, along with the El Paso County Sheriff, members of the FBI, and of course, Gannon Stauch's mother, the 11-year-old who they essentially said is not alive any longer, filing 4 charges against his stepmother, Letecia Stauch.
Letecia Stauch was arrested in South Carolina today on 4 charges: first-degree murder, child abuse, tampering with a deceased human body, and tampering with evidence. And this comes 5 weeks after 11-year-old Gannon Stauch disappeared.
Insanely difficult day, insanely difficult details that we've got today, but obviously still a lot of questions about what happened, what happens next, as we know that Letecia Stauch's stepmother, or excuse me, Letecia Stauch, the stepmother of Gannon, will be extradited back to Colorado. And so we're on it. We're going to continue to track this story, and we're going to hope and pray for his family, to be honest with you, because I can't even begin to imagine how difficult of a day this is for them.
That was a tough news conference to watch. We'll have the very latest for you on the Fox 31 News at 5.
Okay. Yeah, thank you guys. And of course, please take mental health breaks. You know, you don't have to be in the stream. Know that I have a little one to take care of, so I'm in and out. I'm still on the call with the El Paso County for the jury selection, okay, as I promised. So I'm just playing different clips to kind of give everybody an idea of what this case is about. This is justice for Gannon. Long time waiting, literally, because the disappearance and his murder happened right at the time that COVID was happening. And so it was a huge thing, right? None of us knew how to handle COVID. We're all wearing masks. People are getting sick. The hospitals are going crazy. And it's still very vivid in my head, right? So I just kind of want to bring that to everybody's attention. As far as classic and sincere, the 2 boys, beautiful boys that were also murdered, I'm getting more information about, because there's jury selection going on with that case as well. But I want to know if we're going to have eyes on currently with that case as well. And I want to find out a little bit more. Let me go ahead and take you guys back. Now, that press conference was about 3 years ago. Here in this one, you're going to find a little bit more information as far as the details of what happened with Gannon and what allegedly, of course, we have to say it that way, Letecia did to Gannon.
Tragic story out of Colorado involving an 11-year-old boy named Gannon Stauch. The story began as a missing persons case.
So I'm urging anyone that has any leads, credible leads, if you're too afraid because you know something, a kid just...
No, I'm not on the call. I'm not on the phone with the county. I mean, I'm still on the, what is it called? The webinar, WebEx, for the jury selection. That's where I'm at. Sorry, I didn't mean to say I was on the phone.
doesn't disappear and no one sees him. It's not how this works. So if you have anything that's credible, if you're afraid, don't worry about it. Imagine my son, how afraid he is. Imagine how afraid Gannon is.
That's the family of 11-year-old Gannon Stauch looking for help to find their missing son. But just 26 days later, that emotional plea turned into heartbreak and a call for justice.
Today, I got the worst news and the best news. Obviously, we know what the worst news is, but the best news is that justice will be served, and I'll make sure that justice is served. She will pay 100% for this heinous thing she done.
Gannon's father, Al, so broken up he couldn't speak. So a member of the sheriff's office delivered his words.
My little boy is not coming home. We will never play Nintendo again. The person who committed this heinous, horrible crime is one that I gave more to anyone else on this planet, and that is a burden that I will carry with me for a very long time.
So who is this person Gannon's father is speaking about? It's Gannon's alleged killer, his wife, Gannon's stepmother. Her name is Letecia Stauch, and at the time Gannon disappeared, Letecia was part of the Stauch's blended family living in this house in Colorado Springs. Gannon's mother and father were no longer together, and Letecia was helping to raise Gannon.
As I've said in the past, we will not try this case in the media.
At this point, investigators and prosecutors have spoken very little about the facts of the case. But the prosecution's theory is laid out pretty clearly in this arrest warrant affidavit obtained by Court TV. It begins with a 911 call at 6:55 p.m. on Monday, January 27th. Letecia told the operator Gannon was supposed to come home from a friend's house an hour ago, and she was unable to locate him. At the time, Gannon's father was out of town on reserve duty. A missing person investigation was opened up, and a community began to search for a little boy.
This was a kid that it was very frequent out front, being very, being a kid, very playful, very funny.
Whatever we could do just to show them that we're thinking of them and, they're in our thoughts and prayers.
As the investigation continued, police began to question Letecia's story. They examined phone records, GPS records, home security system records, and a surveillance video from a neighbor's home.
Neighbor Roderick Drayton gave investigators his home surveillance video showing Gannon leaving with his stepmother, then returning without him on the day the child disappeared. He says he searched the video after seeing the stepmother interviewed.
It just didn't seem right the way she was talking. If my child is missing, I'm gonna face the camera and talk to you. Let you see the pain in my face.
In court, prosecutors spoke about the vast amount of evidence gathered during the investigation.
The last number that I heard was over 107 search warrants in the state. Yes, 107. 107. I think that number is bigger than that number, though, just based on that was last week sometime that I heard that.
These 107 search warrants uncovered a lot, including blood stains on Gannon's mattress, blood spatter on this electrical socket next to his bed, evidence of blood in the garage and near the bumper of Letecia's Volkswagen. Many of these blood samples were directly linked to Gannon's DNA. All this, enough to arrest Letecia, who was no longer in Colorado where Gannon went missing. Letecia was arrested on March 2nd in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Then, on March 20th, a huge development.
Now to breaking news at 5. It is believed that 11-year-old Gannon Stauch's remains have been found.
Gannon's remains were found not in Colorado, not in South Carolina, but in Florida, 15 miles north of Pensacola, near the Escambia River Bridge in a town called Pace.
Today, I filed new formal charges in the case against Letecia Stauch. Those charges are murder in the first degree after deliberation, a Class 1 felony that carries a potential prison sentence of life in prison without parole. In addition to that, I filed 8 counts of crime of violence for the alleged use of a firearm, a blunt instrument, a knife or other sharp object, and for causing the death of Gannon Stauch.
Letecia Stauch is presumed innocent, and according to the arrest affidavit, she has a story. She told investigators Gannon was abducted by a Hispanic man named Edgardo, who took Gannon at gunpoint after sexually assaulting Letecia inside the family's home. That's a story investigators don't believe, but the question is, will Letecia tell that story to a jury? And will a jury believe it? Or will they deliver the justice Gannon's family is looking for?
There's so much about the actions of Letecia Stauch that don't make sense. Let's talk about some of them. Let's bring everyone back in. We've got Seema, Julie, and Ted all here tonight. The first thing that really struck me, Julie, is that her stepson goes missing in Colorado and she's in South Carolina, leaves the state, not looking, not searching. This makes no sense to me.
Exactly, Vinny, exactly. That is an inappropriate reaction to a horrible situation. And that's key. Investigators look for that. Detectives are looking for those big red flags to go up. And now that this case is at the point where we've got the charges, she's in jail awaiting trial, prosecutors can ask for that flight as consciousness of guilt instruction if it's available in the state. It's available in Pennsylvania where I practice law, and that's something I would always hone in on because it says something to the jury, right? The behavior doesn't match what you would think a normal person would do when they're caring for their stepson that they love. They're going to be looking for them every second. But instead, Letecia Stauch is too concerned with telling lies and covering up her story, according to investigators, Vinny.
Yeah, Ted, I don't understand how Gannon goes missing in Colorado. She's found in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Gannon is found, his remains 15 miles north of Pensacola in the panhandle of Florida.
Yeah, and they believe that she was in Florida for 2 days during that period. They believe that is when she deposited the body. It's unclear, though, specifically how she did it, if she had any help, if she was, the logistics around it, I'm sure will come out at trial from what they know. The bottom line is the lies that she has told have been consistent. That's the only thing that's been consistent with her story, that it's been untrue from the very beginning, that, that he left on his own, and then this idea that someone else came into the house and raped her and abducted him, complete nonsense. And in fact, she tried to purchase a fake lie detector result that she was going to bring back to Colorado with her and say, look at everybody, my story may not seem true, but I sent away for these results. And I'm not telling, the whole thing is ridiculous. A jury's going to have a lot to work with.
Lying about a lie detector.
Yes.
That's a new one. That might put her up here. That she might go past Arias and Casey Anthony with that one. That's unreal. Seema,
Yeah.
I saved this for you to start the discussion
great.
here on not just any old internet searches, but some of these alleged deleted internet searches that she did. Are you ready? Let's put them up on the
Can't
screen.
wait. Okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
I feel like I'm just a nanny, not a stepmom. Husband uses me to babysit his kids. I'm just a glorified babysitter. Find a new husband. And the final one, find a guy without kids. Are these deleted internet searches the motive?
It is torturous for the defense. Findthenewhusband.com. Find somebody with no kids.com. And while we're at it, fakepolygraph.com. Okay, yeah, no, this case is awful. Listen, she's got to take a plea. But I also want to point out something. This affidavit, it really is a treasure trove of information. And all of you have been doing this work for a long time, but I don't think any one of us is used to having such a thick and detailed affidavit. And in the very beginning of it, it points out that this woman has an albeit slight, but significant criminal history. My question is, did the husband know? And of course, listen, I'm not blaming him or anything like that. But just like judges and lawyers are privy to our histories when we come into a court of law, if he knew that she lost her teaching certificate, if he knew that she had a misdemeanor for communicating threats, he may not have wanted to be with this woman. And she certainly knew that he had kids, and she certainly knew what she was in for as a stepmother.
Yeah, but she raised her own child. Julie, this is the part I don't understand. Like, you want someone without children, right? You feel like you're. What's wrong with a divorce? A divorce. Yeah. Just say it's not working anymore. I mean, why? Exactly. I don't understand why you'd have to take it out on this. This kid is so cute and was so full of life and was loved by everyone. Just loved playing out in the front yard with his sister and his friends. I don't understand this.
You're absolutely right. And I think that passion you're showing right now, Vinny, is exactly what the prosecution has to do and will do with this case. Why did that child have to be touched? Why? And I think if I'm the prosecutor, you're going to look at all of these things in her Google search history and point to a motive. Perhaps the motive for prosecutors might be that Letecia Stauch just wanted to be seen. She wanted to be seen. If I'm on the team of the prosecution, I'm going to be using something like that because I think that would infuriate a jury to think that this beautiful little 11-year-old angel fifth grader, adorable child is going to be killed in such a violent way because somebody's looking for a guy without kids and feeling like a nanny. And my favorite one, and I'm quoting here, she said, "One day some people will wish they treated you differently." Now, to me, that could really go to that charge of murder after deliberation. If I'm on the prosecution team, I'm going to say, look, there's some intent wrapped up in that search right there, Vinny.
Absolutely.
We thank you for your patience as we work diligently to piece together what led to Gannon's disappearance. Our speakers today will be Sheriff Bill Elder, Lieutenant Mitch Mahalko, FBI Denver Division Special Agent in Charge, Dean Phillips, District Attorney Dan May, and Senior Deputy District Attorney Michael Allen. We will not be taking any questions at the conclusion of the press conference. However, I will be reading a statement.
All righty, everybody. So, again, they are on a lunch break right now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and leave it right here. I'm going to leave the stream up for anybody that wants to come in. Let me do it this way. Should I leave the stream up? While because we all can, you guys can come in and out. I'm gonna have to come in and out as well because I'm also handling some other stuff on the sincere case as well. Because I want to look into it. Looks like I was talking to Peekaboo, and it looks like there won't be anything, any media in the court as well. So this is going to stay up. I'm going to leave it here. They're on lunch until 1:15. It looks like 3:15 Eastern, 1:15 Mountain Time, and you guys figure out the time there. So yeah, okay. So I'm going to leave this up like this, okay? Unless you guys want me to continue to play other videos with it, that'll help. Let me know, but I mean, otherwise I'm just going to leave it here. So it's going to be silent. All right. I might put, maybe I'll put some music on. How about that? Elevator music. Cause I know you guys have me on your headphones. Let me do that. And so when it starts, I'm going to go ahead and remove the music, and then we can all hear kind of what's going on with the judge and the attorneys. Again, they are on jury selection. Let me go ahead and play this. But it's going to be muted because I got to attend to some other things. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. While we wait a little bit, here is another video to give you guys more timeline and context to this case. Yeah, they're still on lunch, I believe, till 1:15 Mountain Time, and that could vary. I think it's 3:15 Eastern, and whatever that is Central, I do not know. But that should give you guys an idea of what that is. Everybody, you need coffee? I know I played a little bit of the elevator music for you all. I mean, I did say, I was like, listen, I got to, and we still have time. So I'm probably going to, once this is over, give you more elevator, but, just so everybody's aware. I'm going to play a little Vinny, who is this? Vinny Politan, on this situation. Again, this clip is about 2 years old.
Stauch was just 11 years old when he disappeared. His own stepmother now charged with his murder. Our sister station, KOAA, has more for us.
For a while now, we've only had bits and pieces.
We can see a picture if we only have half of the puzzle.
But now, a picture becoming more clear, no matter how devastating the details.
There's a significant pool of blood. There's blood splatter. There's blood on her car.
Attorney Stephen Longo weighed in on the unsealed arrest affidavit for Letecia Stauch.
It really shuts the door on any potential credibility she might try to have.
It all started January 27th when Gannon stayed home from school with his stepmom, Letecia. Surveillance shows them leaving the home around 10. They get back after 2. Letecia's phone was left at home the whole day and not unlocked until around 30 minutes after she returned. Then right before 5, a text sent to her daughter asking for cleaning supplies, detectives say are commonly used to clean blood. Then just before 7, Letecia calls 911, saying Gannon never came home from a friend's house. Documents show that would be the first of many scenarios she shared with detectives in the days to come. Investigators believe Gannon was killed in his bedroom between 2 and 5:30 that day.
I think the only potential plea agreement would be a matter of efficiency for her to plead to life in prison without the possibility of parole.
Longo says that's the best option for the defense, which also has to account for a defendant who showed strange behavior after her stepson's disappearance, like washing her car before a police interview and bringing notes to it, along with giving alibis and excuses for certain evidence that hadn't been revealed to the public yet. Detectives also believe Letecia initially tried to dispose of Gannon's body January 28th near Perry Park. They found evidence that had been there, but was later moved.
That arrest affidavit, so full of details, and none of these details obviously help Letecia Stauch as you go through them page by page by page. Let's bring everyone back in. And Seema, I know today you had an opportunity to speak with one of the neighbors who gave you that surveillance video that he shared with investigators during this case. Tell us a little bit about the video first.
Okay, so this neighbor has provided us a wealth of information, but also confusion when you compare it to the affidavit. The video shows that red truck. And you have Letecia Stauch and how the neighbor described a drugged out appearing Gannon getting into the red truck. And this is about, I think he said actually 10:13 a.m. And then the truck returns. This is what he said at 2:19 p.m. Letecia gets out and Gannon does not get out. So this is why it's very confusing. And then I spoke to him, Vinny, actually, before we went on the air to confirm all of this. Roderick Drayton, the neighbor, and there's one house in between his house and the Stauches. He is saying to me that he watched this video 30 times. And he watched it with the FBI. And he is certain that he never saw Gannon get out of the truck. Now, I want you to keep in mind that at some point he had turned over his password to the surveillance video, all of that video to the FBI, and he didn't really look after 2:19. So I think that is what we're waiting for, is to find out, did the FBI find anything on that video after 2:19 p.m. that implicates Letecia Stauch even further?
Yeah, Ted, this was again, a little bit of an inconsistency. At the time when this video was first released, everyone thought, okay, this is it. So she drives somewhere and he is gone. But now they're saying the time of death is after he returns, yet he's not really seen on that video.
Yeah, so obviously authorities know more than we do, right? So she must have left, came back without him. Where was he at that point, and when did he come back in? Because they believe he was killed in the house, and the physical evidence seems to support that. A lot of questions, and you wonder if, in a twist, when we get to trial, if the defense is going to try to use this video to their advantage.
Yeah, exactly. Let's take a listen to a little bit of what Roderick Drayton told Asima earlier today.
So I started looking and looking. I stayed up half the night just looking and looking and looking from frame to frame to frame to frame until I saw Sunday. The kids were outside playing. She picked them up. I could hear her tell Gannon, Gannon, you get on this side, Lamb, you get on the other side. And they drove away, and I watched them. They came back. He got out of the car. He took off running to the house. And so that Monday I saw him. I saw her walk to the truck, back up. Then I saw Gannon come out the house, and I was like, man, he doesn't look right. He doesn't look like he did Sunday, because Sunday he was running and playing, and he looked like he was struggling. Like I said, like he was drugged or something, because he just could barely move. He got in the truck, and they left. So I just kind of went through the videos to see what time they came back. So when they came back, I saw she get out of the truck. I could hear her lock the door when she got out of the truck, and I could hear the garage door opening. So she got out, she locked the truck, and went in the house.
Julie Grant, this part of the mystery becomes very confusing, and I think Ted might be on something here. I mean, if there is any sort of level of inconsistency, that's something that the defense always pounces upon, you know, and sometimes it helps and sometimes it doesn't, but it just doesn't, the story's not quite making sense right now.
Yes, Vinny, you and Ted are exactly right on that. The defense is going to jump all over this. However, I would caution anybody from jumping to a conclusion just yet, because one thing is, do we know if that time on the video is exact? Because if this is a home video camera, do we know that his time was exactly synced up with the time of day in the state's timeline? We really don't. We're not sure. Second of all, the state doesn't have to get boxed in on a timeline, and that can be something tricky for prosecutors. They don't have to nail his death down to an exact second. They know, and they have a mountain of evidence showing this beautiful little boy died on January 27th. That's really all they need to do. We all know the language in when we see affidavits processed all over the country, on or about January 27th. Those are the magic words. So they don't need to prove it down to the hour. I think it was great this neighbor came forward and was so forthcoming, sharing that evidence. I hope that investigators can authenticate the tape and make sure the time is what they believe it to be.
All right, another amazing moment in this interview that Seema did is when Roderick Drayton, the neighbor's wife, I guess, is listening to the conversation.
Oh, yeah, she was great.
And she jumps in, right? So we hear her, but I don't think we're going to see her. Let's take a listen to her describing Letecia Stauch.
So when I came home from work and I looked over there, she was smiling. She was actually acting like she was at a barbecue, because I was like, that's very strange. My son's missing. I'm over here acting like we're having a party, because a lot of people came to the neighborhood to offer to look for Gannon, and she was out there smiling, and she was just enjoying the company and was just too relaxed, not like a parent that was missing a child.
Seema, relaxed and in a good mood after the child goes missing?
Well, this is great. Okay, so Tamika is the MVP, and that's Mr. Drayton's wife. So it's very interesting because this is now the 28th, okay? So the day of the incident, the murder is, and Julie's exactly right, they can change the date if they want, but the bottom line is they're putting it down as January 27th. So if we just go by that timeline, on January 28th, Roderick and Tamika go over to the Stauch's house, like outside, everybody's hanging out, and Roderick, they don't know each other very well, but he says to Letecia, hey, my cameras can capture your home. Do you want me to look through my cameras? And she says no. And then Tamika said how she observed, because I said, what was her demeanor like? And Tamika from the side of the camera said, I need to, tell Seema what I observed. And this is 24 hours after the child is gone.
Ted Rollins, this is the kind of evidence that you might not think, some people look at it and say, well, it's not a murder weapon. Jurors will understand this, and jurors will, I think, latch onto this, the way she is acting and reacting when this child is presumably missing, and it just does not make any sort of sense.
Yeah, we saw it with Lori Vallow when her husband Charles was was shot and killed by her brother. She's out there laughing with the police officers. We saw with Scott Peterson when he's leaning back in his initial detective interview, trying to be cool, Mr. Cool. Jurors hate it. And they look into there and they say, what would I be doing right now if my son was missing, my stepson? I wouldn't be joking around. I would be freaking out, asking everybody for help. It doesn't look good, and jurors absolutely hold it against them.
Julie, the way you act and react is something, jurors bring their common sense into the courtroom. And the common sense tells you, if you're a stepmother and you're legitimately concerned, you're not going to be smiling and laughing the day after an 11-year-old boy is missing. And presumably now, if her story, I don't know what story she's going to go with, but if she's going with, I was just raped yesterday, I don't think she would be smiling either. But she was raped and an 11-year-old boy was abducted at gunpoint, and she's acting like she's going to a backyard barbecue.
Exactly, Vinny. No reason to smile in any of the scenarios that she laid out for police, the many, many different stories that this woman told. Seema, great job getting that information from those folks, because it's very telling. It tells us that Letecia Stauch had an inappropriate reaction, and not just one inappropriate reaction. Let's talk about how she fled too. The child's missing and she goes to another state. That's inappropriate. How about on the 29th, 2 days later, when she was questioned by investigators, the woman needed to read from her notes. If that isn't an inappropriate reaction, I don't know what is. And I'll tell you one more. Paying for a fake polygraph test. Your child goes missing because he doesn't come home from a friend's house and you're so concerned, but you got to go pay for the fake polygraph to show that you didn't do it. If I'm the prosecutor, I'm going to hammer home those two words, inappropriate reaction, for this jury all day long, Vinny.
All right, we're going to adjourn this group for just a short time. We'll reconvene when we bring in Lori and Chad Daybell tonight. We'll do that in a little bit. Also, coming up straight ahead, folks, it's been just over 2 years since that horrible shooting down in Parkland. 17 victims shot and killed, 17 more injured. That case now getting ready for trial, should happen this year. Shanley Painter has more when we come back. Gannon Stauch was just a
All right, let me go ahead and show you. All right, baby bunny. Okay, I'm going to show you her first court appearance. Let me see if I can play here real quick.
That this is an emotional case for a lot of people. Almost all cases involving a charge of first-degree murder are. The judges in this district handle a number of first-degree murder cases all the time. This case is governed by the same rules of law, evidence, and procedure that apply to all of those cases. In addition, please remember that audible comments and emotional displays or outbursts are strictly prohibited. If at any time during the proceedings you feel that at the onset of an emotional reaction that may violate the court's order, please quietly and discreetly exit the courtroom. There is no in and out. Once you leave, for whatever reason, you will not be permitted back in. With that, filing charges, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Your Honor. We earlier today filed the formal charges through the court system, and I'm handing you a paper copy to the defense team now.
Yeah, when did you do that?
It was earlier this morning, Judge.
I don't think it's made it out of the clerk's office.
Okay, I can advise the court of what those charges are if you'd like.
Yes, because it hasn't made it out of the clerk's office yet. So
Okay.
when you file it downstairs electronically, it takes roughly about a day or so for it to get to us. Looked at it, it's, just got filed.
The magic of the digital age.
Yeah. Because I looked like it wasn't there yet. So what I have is 4 counts, is that correct?
That's exactly right, Judge.
All right. Ms. Stroller.
We have received that, Your Honor, and we have advised Ms. Stauch. Sorry.
Okay.
Of the 4-count complaint and information, wait further reading or advisement.
Okay. All right. And there's a couple. I want to proceed this case because of count 1, first degree murder. This would proceed. There's some water over there.
I have some water, I'm sorry.
This case would normally proceed to a proof evident presumption great hearing. Is that what you want to set at this point in time?
Judge, we're actually asking for a review hearing to be set in 21 to 30 days. Mr. Allen has let us know that it's unlikely that we'll receive any discovery in this case until 21 days from now. And so as a result, we are not in a position where we can set the case for preliminary hearing and proof evident presumption great hearing. We also don't have access to the arrest warrant affidavit.
I'm going to deal with that one.
Right, and so we have no idea, we are not in a position where we can tell the judge.
And I know that. I know that you don't have the PC affidavit. What's going on with this?
Judge, this case spanned the investigative portion of this case. It still actually is ongoing to one degree, but it spanned roughly 5 weeks before the arrest affidavit was given to a judge.
I have seen the PC affidavit.
Yes. Okay. And so the discovery in this case is very voluminous. We're over 1,000 pages already, based on what I've been told from the sheriff's office and the FBI. There is tons of video evidence, electronic data from cell phones and that kind of thing. So we are working, they're working on it now, and we have advised them of what that 21 days looks like as far as when we need to turn over discovery to defense. I just know that because of just the sheer volume of this case, I don't even have reports yet.
Okay. And before we get too far down that road, there's a couple of things that I need to deal with. First of all, Ms. You want me to direct these to Ms. Strobel or Ms. Chalmers?
I'm good, Judge. I can answer your questions.
Ms. Strobel, I know that there are search warrants. I've had cases in the past where sometimes they want the search warrant before the proof evident presumption grade, sometimes they don't. What are you wanting to do?
We want copies of the warrants. Is that the court's question?
Yes.
Yes, we do.
Before the proof evident presumption
Yes,
grade.
Judge.
As you know, or actually as counsel may not know because a lot of them don't, those search warrants are not filed in the electronic file for this proceeding. How many warrants are we talking about?
Judge, the last number that I heard was over 107 search warrants in this case. Yes.
107.
107.
Okay.
I think that number is bigger than that number, though, just based on, that was last week sometime that I heard that.
Were they all issued locally by a judge locally?
No, there were some search warrants issued in South Carolina as well.
Okay, so I'm take longer to get those.
And all of those were done with motions to seal as well.
Okay.
Except for South Carolina, that does not have the sealing process that we have locally.
Okay. All right. This would be my thought. First of all, I am going to order that the PC affidavit itself or a copy of the PC affidavit be released in discovery to defense immediately. That I think would give them some idea about what the investigation is, what it is that they think they may need to have at some point in the future. Do you have it?
No, my request, Judge, is that the court order it be emailed to us rather than it go through the discovery process. It will just take longer. If they could email it to us, we would get it directly.
Yeah, that's fine with us too, Judge. I don't know if it's actually in ISIS.
It is, but it's sealed.
Okay.
And I'm not going to unseal it just yet. That's a different issue that I'll deal with here in a few minutes.
Okay. I didn't know if you could just leave it as protected so that only defense can get it. I didn't know if that was an option or not. We can certainly email it, though.
Probably, let's email it just to make sure. That's probably the best logistic way to get it to them. Because that way at least they'll know sort of where the electronic issues are, or the search warrant issues are. So email that to them by Monday.
I'll do it when I get back to the office.
Perfect. So they'll have that. All right. And then my thought was that we would set this for a sort of status conference on April 15th at 4 p.m.
Rich, is there any way we could do the week before that? I'm supposed to start a homicide trial in Division 8 on April 13th. Or I could do, I know we're taking the docket day off for that trial for April 14th, if you could do that at 4 o'clock.
I actually, before I get in trouble with my staff, which is the best staff in the book, I'll let them handle dates because I will not get it right. But my thought is that we.
All right, hold up. Yep. Let me see. They're still not back on. Hold up, guys. Hold up. Should be back on here fairly quickly, hopefully. We're right on time, 1:15. Shout out to everybody that's been in and out, those that have been in the chat. I'm still waiting to see what's up. They're not back on yet. They're not back on yet. Yeah, we're still waiting. They're not on yet unless they just haven't they haven't let us back in yet. Thank you, thank you. No, I appreciate you guys coming in. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button, please, and thank you very much. So everybody's having a smoke break. Oh my gosh. Shout out to Nicole who's like, I went to go get my kids. Glad I made it back. You're back on time. I'm gonna mute myself. Hopefully we'll get started here fairly quickly. Thank you guys. Make sure you hit that like button. Yeah, it's a lot. So as you can see, I was playing some of the older clips. Chico says she wasn't insane during the murder. The heifer knows what she did and that the defense of insanity isn't going to help her. Two docs already said she's fit for trial. She can tell that lie somewhere else. Lord, you're back. You're back. See, some of you guys stayed for the elevator music, which was cool. All right, let me mute myself. Hopefully they're going to let us back in here pretty soon. Yeah, we're still waiting here. I think he was trying to collect them back here after their lunch. Mind you, they might have like assigned seating or something like that. That's another factor to it with this situation. So hopefully this will get going here pretty soon. Shout out to everybody that's been waiting, all the members. Thank you guys so much. Those that joined today, thank you for joining today.
But he has returned to the courtroom.
They're back. They're back.
All right. At this point in time, I'm going to turn the questioning over to the attorneys. I have limited the time of the attorneys at various aspects of this trial. This is one of those. So if it appears that they're rushing through something, hold that against me and not against them. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Judge. And again, do I have freedom to move about?
You do, yeah. You just have to be careful because when you have your back to Kathy like that, it's sometimes hard for her to hear. And also don't stand between the juror and the court reporter. That makes it worse.
Kathy, you have permission to throw something at me if I violate those rules. How's everybody doing after lunch today? Ready to have a discussion? So I love that when you have that sort of a signature laugh. That's good. So Judge talked about this earlier this morning. One thing I want to make sure that we all understand when we start this process is that we're here for a conversation. If I stand up here and talk the whole time, we're not going to accomplish what we need to accomplish, which is finding out whether you're a good juror for this case or you're maybe not a good juror for this case. That's what this all is all about. And the judge mentioned this earlier about the public speaking aspect of it. Even though you might be shy about public speaking, please raise your hand and speak up to further that discussion on these different topics. I'll give you an example. Back in school, I hated to get up and do my public presentations to the class. And so I would sit in the back of the classroom worrying about it the whole time, trying to put it off to the very last second. And then of course I become a lawyer and a politician who gets elected to office. So shows you how smart I am as far as that stuff goes. But anyway, so will everybody promise to engage in this discussion about these different talking points? Yes? All right, perfect. So tell me what you think about when I say the word Lady Justice. What comes to your mind? And raise your hand if you have something to put in on it. Yes, very in the back. And I think you are 49, yep.
This is going to be interesting. I'm excited about this.
Statue of Liberty? Yeah. And the flag, okay. Anybody else have any ideas in their mind? Mr. Sinister Laugh, number 28.
Blind justice, holding the scales with the blindfold. It's balancing on the evidence, the way the evidence is supposed to grasp back to the.
That's exactly what I wanted to get to is that Lady Justice depicts our American justice system in that she's holding a sword, and that would be the judge when somebody's found guilty. That's the punishment part of it, right? These scales are to weigh out the facts in the law, but the most important part of Lady Justice in my mind is that blindfold, and the reason for that is bias and can't have sympathy towards somebody, right? Whether it's defense side or prosecution. So let's talk about that aspect of it. Why would bias in favor of one side or the other be a bad thing in this situation? Yes, ma'am, and you are 21. And bear with me, I'm going to do that every time just so the court reporter knows who is talking.
Bias influences, not the bias.
Exactly right. What we do here is, in this phase of it at least, is trying to find jurors that can be good for this particular case and can weigh out the facts and the law. You've heard a little bit about the charges already, but have any of you had any part of the law explained to you as it relates to this case? The answer should be no, right? We haven't talked about any of that stuff. And so the other thing I want to get across is keeping an open mind. We're going to be talking about a lot of concepts. We keep in mind that idea of having an open mind and listening to whatever the judge tells us the law is, because the judge will be the one that tells us what the law is that applies to the case, what the facts are. Who do you think gets to choose what the facts are going to be in a particular case? Who chooses that? Listening. And you are
15.
15, thank you.
The attorneys?
The attorneys? Good guess. And you are number 24, I believe? Okay, perfect. So when a case comes to a prosecution, it just comes to us as the case. We don't go out and get people to say particular things one way or the other. It's just statements and facts that come to us. Does anybody have any different opinions about that aspect of it? And I know that at least one person here sat on a grand jury before. Who was that person? Yes, Mr. Well, I won't say your name, but number 29. So you've got some experience in sort of being that charging capacity in a grand jury. Tell us what your thoughts are as it relates to that concept.
Process, but to have all these pieces of evidence brought to you and being the decision making mode of helping decide whether it's enough to go to trial. I think that still it was all brought to us, but there was a point of time when we asked for more information. And so you get this information. Especially that was my experience in that, I think that really.
So what you're talking about there, where you heard some evidence that came in that was presented to witnesses, but then the grand jury got to decide, hey, we want more answers on this particular issue. And so you directed an investigation, right? Meaning that you were able to hopefully uncover additional facts that weren't presented to you. But the facts were still just what the facts were. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and the burden of proof in that particular circumstance was to get to a charging decision, correct? You remember what that burden of proof was called? Does probable cause sound familiar?
Sure.
Okay, so tell us what you think that means. And I apologize for putting you on the spot, but having a grand juror here is a really good somebody that can give us a perspective.
For us, in the room that we did, so this was kind of the scenario was, is there enough in front of us, evidence in front of us to actually ask a jury? Or is it so thin that it wasn't worth time? Everyone's time.
And then in your understanding, or if anybody else wants to chime in on this particular topic, please raise your hand. But in your understanding, is there a higher burden when you get further down the road into a trial process?
Yes.
Do you know what that's called? Okay. Those are definitely words, yeah. Anybody else want to chime in on what the next higher burden is? And I'm going to jump back here. I'll get to you in just a second, but juror 49.
Beyond a reasonable doubt.
Okay, beyond a reasonable doubt. That's exactly where I wanted to go. So what does that phrase mean to you, ma'am, Miss juror 49?
A reasonable person. I have doubt, and the jury is reasonable. If there's any doubt that the elements are met,
How do you figure out whether something is reasonable or not?
that's what the jury close mind, considering all the evidence presented.
Very good. Anybody else have any thoughts on that concept? What is reasonable and what beyond a reasonable doubt means? Yes, sir. And you are number 28.
I just think that all them kind of taught and all of the TV shows that circumstantial evidence isn't. How they were, all the different things, so getting all that information.
So now we're talking about a different concept and I want to delve into it. Circumstantial evidence, what does that phrase or that combination of words mean to you?
It's not eyewitness, it's not eyewitness testimony for testimony. Not a person telling you what they saw and what they remember. It is forensic evidence, it is cell phone records, all those types of things that allow an investigator to piece together a set of circumstances and track someone through a timeline. Make sure that, yeah, we know that they were in this place at this time with these people because of these other things that are not eyewitnesses. They corroborate eyewitness or they contradict eyewitness.
So one concept that is spot on is that the law says that direct evidence, so eyewitness testimony, maybe surveillance video that shows somebody stealing a candy bar, that kind of stuff is direct evidence. The law says that circumstantial evidence is just as strong as direct evidence, meaning that those other things that you can prove circumstantially that something happened is just as valid as that direct evidence. Does anybody have a problem with that concept or think that they could not follow that part of the law? Not seeing any hands. Thank you for that. So you probably noticed when we were here this morning, when we finally got these juror packets, that both sides were rifling through these things as quickly as possible, trying to decipher things that we want to talk about. And thankfully, the judge gave us some time over lunch to do that because we were able to dig into some of these questionnaires. And so some of this stuff that I'm going to do is because of that time that we got to look into it. Juror number 20. Right here. Yep. So juror number 20, you mentioned in your questionnaire that you need all the facts. What do you mean by you need all the facts?
So as what the judge said earlier, like you only hear certain facts through the news outlet. I just happened to be so like where I didn't hear it, I was out of the country at the time. So I didn't hear anything about this till I got here. And I've heard people like say, oh, I followed it on the news, I was, this is a certain sense that led to this is a certain sense that led to that. But the issue with that is you're only following one arrow. Everyone look at one, make sure the same, but if you turn around, like say you look at this way, you see a square. Over here, you see a rectangle. When we get one plane of view, not gets cut. You get the whole picture, you get more of a broader understanding.
Okay. So I really like the way you described that. I use Pikes Peak as an example of what you're describing. From down here in Colorado Springs, Pikes Peak looks a certain way, right? But if you go to Cripple Creek, Pikes Peak looks completely different than it does from here, but it's still the same mountain. And that's what you're talking about, right? Having that all encompassing perspective. What if you don't hear a particular fact? Are you going to be able to weigh the case based on the facts you do hear? And the facts in this case and in every criminal case will come from right up here at the witness stand. If you don't hear a particular thing, is that going to be difficult for you to get to a verdict?
Well, my background of my job, I've had to use decisions like this. I take one party side, another party side, and I know I'm only going to get 80% of the truth. One person's only going to figure out his 40%, the other person's going to spell their 45 if they someone win. So I have to piece the last 20% myself to figure out what happened. And then that information that I have, and that information I think would happen, I have to go from there and make a just call in the situation. Whether I deem it right or wrong, it's what the facts say.
So that's a really interesting concept. So it sounds like what you're describing it when you're doing that sort of process, that last 20%, you have to fill in the gaps on your own.
Yes.
What the judge will tell you is that if you're on this jury and there's some gap there that there's no testimony on or no piece of evidence, You don't get to fill in the gaps. You don't get to speculate as to what the facts may or may not have been on that particular point. What are your thoughts about that?
Like I said, for my job, it's what I have to do, but for this situation, I can't fill in those blanks. So I'll fill in the information I have at hand and make a proper decision from that information that I received.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Juror number 2, what are your thoughts about that concept that we were just talking about can't speculate about gaps that maybe exist in a particular case and fill in the gaps on your own? What do you think about that?
I think it's human nature to try to fill in the gap on your own. But we would have to follow what the judge was saying as far as the law went and just deal with the facts that are presented. You know, and maybe we'd have an opportunity to go back and ask for additional information before we had to make the decision.
Okay. I'm going to stay up here in the jury box. Juror 11, what do you think about that?
You can't. You have to follow your evidence. Even if your evidence doesn't fit your preconceived notion of what you think it is, you have to follow the evidence. You cannot make your own determination until you have all of that evidence. And if there's a gap, well, then you can't put your ideas in there because it's what you want to put or how you feel. Feelings have no place in evidence.
Perfect. Preconceived notions, the idea that she just put out there, the preconceived notions, that's a big area of, I guess, inquiry as we get into jury selection for this case. There's already been some mention from people that have already been excused about having seen some media coverage in this case. And they may or may not have been excused because maybe they did have a preconceived notion. Again, having a chance to look at the juror questionnaires, juror 36. So back here, second from the left, you noted that you've seen some news articles in this case. And you have to speak up for the court reporter. Okay. And don't be offended when I do that. It's really for the court reporter's benefit. What are your thoughts as it relates to preconceived notions and the stuff you may or may not have seen in the media? Preconceived ideas, right? Do you think and this is for everybody, but I want to talk to you first about this, that the media gets stories 100% right?
No, and I thought about that too. You know,
What about the idea, let's use newspapers for example. Usually each newspaper article has a word limit, so they can only fit so much stuff in before they get to the end of their story. In a case like this, do you think that they can fit all of the facts in a particular news article to tell the story? Probably not, right? So with that in mind, based on you've already said that you've seen some media, can you set that aside? And if you end up on this jury, only listen to the facts that come from this witness stand and then render a verdict based on what you hear from this witness stand as opposed to the outside noise of the media. You believe you could? Okay. Juror number 44, you also indicated that you had seen some media here in the second row. What are your thoughts about what I just talked about?
Thanks for being here.
Do you think based on what you know today, have you heard any facts in this case? Because it hasn't come from the witness stand, right? If the judge said, you know what, we're done, you got to give us a verdict right this second, what would your verdict have to be? Not guilty. Yeah, exactly, not guilty. Can you set aside what you've heard in the media and just listen to what happens from this witness stand and those facts and then make up a verdict based on that information. Okay. What about juror 49, jumping back here? Yes, ma'am.
And I set media information and stuff.
Okay. That's very definitive. Why do you say it so definitively?
Talked about, and Judge told us several times, the only fact. So. So white line.
Kind of like Men in Black, they flash that light and then their memory's gone. No, we don't. And again, that was juror number 28. Does anybody that has seen the media, and if I could just see a show of hands, I'm not going to call on every particular person, but a lot of people indicated they'd seen some media. Any of you think that you would have difficulty setting aside what you've heard in the media and just listen to the facts that come in from the witness stand? And we're going back to juror number 70.
Say that. I had no questions.
You bring up an interesting point, and that is that jurors that sit on criminal cases in Colorado, let me back up. When we put a witness on the stand and it's a prosecution witness, one of us will do a direct examination, and then defense will get to do a cross-examination, and then we'll come back and do a redirect examination, and then we're done. Whoever sits on the jury, sitting up in this box, gets to write down their own questions and pass them to the bailiff, and then the judge will ask the question. If it's an admissible question, we'll ask the question of the juror or of the witness, so that jurors get to be a participant in the questioning of witnesses in case there are, just as you described, any questions in your mind. It's a really valuable tool for jurors to understand and ask questions in their own way. And oftentimes they ask better questions than we do because they're coming at it with more of an open mind to the case, and they don't have the preconceived notions that we do from one side or the other. Anybody else that had media exposure to this case think anything that you want me to know about right now as it relates to media, or that you would have difficulty setting aside that media exposure to this case? Not seeing any hands. Does that mean everybody that has seen the media can set that aside and be fair and impartial? And ma'am, you're right, you're nodding your head, and you're juror 34.
I kind of, especially a person who's kind of been on, both sides of this thing, kind of the accused side. I've seen, how the media twisting. So I kind of hold that with a grain of salt personally. I know that, I can be advised, because like I said, I've seen that and I've seen how they work. And again, like, wait a minute, that's not what happened. Like I said, I've seen that person. It kind of makes me danger and that.
And so, and you're one that had, I think, marked down that you had seen some media, right?
Yeah, I've seen media, yeah.
Yeah. And you can set aside your exposure to that media. Okay. Okay, perfect. Let's see. Juror number 57. Yes, there you are. What are your thoughts about sitting on this length of a jury trial? You talked about a little bit earlier about with the judge. You had expressed, even on your questionnaire, some real reservations about that. What's your thoughts? Okay, freaks you out. Why is that? if you end up on this jury and you're dealing with that stress where you're pulled away from your job, affecting, I think it's D11, right? Affecting D11 school district, are you going to be so focused on that concern that it'll be hard for you to sit and listen to the evidence in this case? Okay. So you have to tell us whether you think you can do that or not. We can't jump in your head and make that call for you, right? So what are your thoughts about that? You don't think you can? Okay. Let's talk about the concept of difficulty sitting in judgment of another person. Occasionally we get people that come into this process and say they cannot sit in judgment of another person because they can't know every single fact about a particular circumstance. Does anybody in this room feel that way? Yes, ma'am. And you are
15.
15 again. Thank you.
I kind of going back and forth on that because I know my personality, and I don't see just black and I don't see just white. Usually I can see both sides, and I feel a little confused about that. I have a little bit of fear about if I'm not completely sure how to pass judgment or pass sentence, how I'm going to feel if, let's say, I'm the only one that's thinking not to go along with everybody else, how that's going to feel. I mean, I'm a little nervous about the whole thing, actually.
Okay. So
Thank you,
tell me if
SW.
this
She
calms
sounds
your nerves a
so
little bit, or does it
confused.
really help?
This person.
Every single day we hear stories from two different people, and yet we can figure out kind of what happened. Do you have trouble in those situations, trying to figure out which one is more accurate?
Well, like I said, most of the time I can see both sides.
Sure. Yeah.
You know, like a situation like that, like, you know, when my kids were growing up, there was always, you know, a conflict here. One would say one thing, one would say the other, and I would try to resolve it.
Yeah, but this is different.
That way, unless I can know for a fact that maybe one's lying and this one's being completely
This
honest,
is different,
you know?
yo.
Sure.
I don't know how else to answer it.
Okay. I think the way you're answering is the way you should answer it, which is what's in your mind.
At
and-
random,
and what
SW.
your thoughts are on it. Have you ever had a situation where
She does,
you
Amy.
hear two people that went to the same wedding and they describe it almost like they were at two different weddings?
Yeah, yeah.
Does that mean the wedding didn't happen?
No.
Okay.
Oh, Lord.
So do you see what I'm saying? That even in normal day life, we hear stories and we're still able to figure out that something happened and figure out what that something was. You agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody have any input or thoughts about that idea? About hearing different people talk about concepts or stories or events and maybe having conflicting recollections of that event and yet still being able to decide one thing happened? Anybody have any concepts or thoughts about that? Juror 35, what are you thinking about when we're talking about these different ideas? Yes, ma'am, that's you. What's going through your mind when we're talking about just basically, I'm doing like a status check. All the things we've talked about so far, including that last topic, what's in your mind? What do you think about those different ideas?
It is random.
Nothing
Thank you
right now?
so much, SW, my love.
You're half asleep? Okay. My wife tells me I'm boring like that too, so. Will it be hard for you to sit for basically a full day each day to listen to
Said, are you half
witnesses?
asleep?
What about today? Okay, okay.
Mr. Allen,
Yes.
you have a question.
Oh, yes, sir. And you are juror number 26, I
know.
believe.
It's rough, bunny. It's rough.
All individuals on the law. These people, and we have,
Answers. This is what's bothering me. Like, I want to know their answers.
Reading that kind of what the differences are, we can kind of overcome that for this height of see.
Okay. So what you're describing is sort of that deliberative process that whoever's on this jury is going to go through when we get to the end, where you come together after all of the evidence has been presented and you're back in the jury deliberation room and you're talking about the different aspects of what had happened. Does anybody think it'll be hard to remember all of the details in a trial that is this long? And you've got your hand up in the back here. I believe you are number 66. 59, you're right. Part of that is that, I'll get you in just a second, sir. Part of that is that we all learn differently too, right? Some of us can be visual learners. Some of us have to read things. Some of us has to hear something over and over before it really starts to sink in. That's the cool thing about jury service, is that it's the collective mindset. So all 12 of the jurors that are deliberating on this case work together to figure out how the evidence fits together, how those pieces fit together. And one thing, I don't know if the judges talked about it, but you'll all get notebooks and you can write notes as the witnesses are testifying. I think it's really important when you're thinking about if you end up on this jury to take notes because of the length of the trial. Mr. 66, I believe. So do you think that, even though I just described the way that a jury works together, do you think that would help with that process, or do you think it would help? Okay. So do you feel comfortable in your situation to being able to hear all the facts, consider those facts, and then work with others to come up with a verdict? You do the best you can. Okay. And number 70 again?
I feel like I need to I think that's what I learned.
I was in it jury duty and we had notebooks too. So that's pretty normal. You just can't talk about the case. You can't even talk about the case amongst jurors.
And are you referring?
Yeah, they're helpful. You can't take your notes. Note that. You leave all that stuff there.
The fact that they choose and it's there's no problem. Why would be remiss if I didn't say?
So when you, let's assume that you get on the jury and you get to the very end of this case and then the judge reads the law to you. The judge will read out the instruction as it relates to not guilty by reason of insanity and other aspects as it relates to that particular defense. Do you think you could set aside potentially what you learned from psychology? You do.
Basically, it's like that's he's telling jury what his definition.
Okay. So I'm glad. Well, I'm glad you brought that topic up because that's a central part of this discussion as well. And that is the mental health aspect as it relates to a plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. Yes, sir, Mr. 28 again. And I don't mean that in a bad way when I say again.
Seems like
Patty, I'm surprised that I haven't heard anything, but I would hope that they would be.
because
Yeah, and shout out to
strong head on this.
SW gifted Lexi, November, Squid, Nana, or Anna, Anna,
However,
and
they weren't
Sally.
control their faculties at the time.
If you guys received
Reason why they
a
didn't do it,
membership,
they can't
shout out
hold
to
responsible,
SW because she's the one that gifted
stand in and
everybody.
hold someone responsible who had their full. So the evidence that we're looking at, like, why is there the same level of preponderance of evidence if everyone on side are agreeing that the person did it from a evidentiary standpoint? Now we're arguing over whether they should be held responsible because of the way their mind was working at the time that the crime was committed.
Okay. So let's think about, remove ourselves from as it relates to this case and look at a different type of case that also had a lot of attention. And that would be the Aurora Theater shooter case. Does everybody know what case?
Council approach, please.
Ooh, ooh. They said approach. Yes, SW. They would probably be put in a hotel. They would have to, like, I mean, that'd be expensive, I would think, if they sequestered, right? I want to hear the sidebar too, right? Me too.
So if you think about hearing something bad happening, that is shocking when you
Thank
hear
you,
about it.
Chico.
Is it natural as people to think there must be something wrong with that person that did that bad thing?
Thank you, Sakina.
No, who said no? I heard a no. Okay, and you are 36. Yeah, you're good. You're doing great. You're 70.
From my perspective, you can tell bad things. On just what you see.
Look at Eric. I hear you,
Exactly
Eric.
right.
Eric's like,
Who
I'm ready to
has
be
the
in the
burden of
jury.
proof in this case? I do, right? The DA's office sitting at this table has the burden of proof. What things do we have to prove? Anybody know? You don't really know because you haven't had the instructions yet from the judge, right? The judge hasn't told you this is the recipe for whatever the crime might be. So the judge used the idea of a Denver omelet and throwing some ingredients in there and say you might have a tasty omelet, but it's not a Denver omelet. Who thinks that one of the ingredients to prove a crime in the state of Colorado is that we have to prove motive? Juror 11.
You have to prove that they had an intent to commit the crime in order to receive something of benefit, whether it be that they received something, removed somebody from their life, removed, like in case of arson, a home or like a bill from their life. You have to prove that they had a motive to do this with the intent to change something.
Okay. Who else have their hand up? Yes, sir. Juror number 24, I believe.
I think for the overwhelming majority of cases, there is motive aspects, however, there are instances crimes which
Okay.
What do you guys think Letecia Stauch's motive was for this? What was the motive? If write it in the chat.
Okay. All right. Other people that haven't spoken, juror 7. I was gonna get to you eventually, but you're sort of on an island. Yeah. What are your thoughts about motive? We've heard 2 different viewpoints now.
I think every crime is.
As long as they don't bring
Alright.
eggs here, huh, Peekaboo?
What about juror 9? What do you think?
No motive?
You thought you were on an island too, didn't you?
Revenge?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think
Okay. So would it shocking of you to hear me say that in the state of Colorado, ingredients to prove a crime, motive ain't in that ingredient list. Don't have to prove motive. Juror 47? Yes? You had a interested, curious look on your face. Okay. What went through your mind when you heard that?
I guess it's not shocking. I agree with her.
Okay. All right. What about juror 45?
He did, Lady Webbs. He did say that. He did say that.
Okay. Juror 61. Let's assume that you end up on this jury and you hear lots of evidence, but you hear 0 evidence about motive. Do you think you can still render a verdict? Okay. What about juror 69 way back there? What do you think about this idea of don't have to prove a motive? There doesn't have to be a motive ingredient.
Think that if there's no motive, that straightens the insanity plea? Ooh. Eric. I just posted a question. See where everybody answers. If no motive and found guilty, why would Letecia commit this crime?
No, it does. Again, this is a safe space. We get to talk about these concepts as we're hearing some of these things. We probably have never in a group like this considered them with this many people together, right? So these are all very fair and safe things to talk about. Juror 28.
We have different class of crimes, different murder and first degree murder.
So getting into
Penalties are a lot worse for first degree murder because of premeditated, whereas someone who accidentally killed someone, even penalties are less. They didn't think it through.
Okay, so let's talk about that.
2 minutes, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Judge. I was just going to ask. Premeditation, you mentioned premeditation. That means that somebody planned to do something. But even in premeditation, there's no evidence that's presented on motive, why they did something.
That, if you can't, it's like someone mentioned, you can't prove why. That's evidence that points to a why. That helps investigators decide who they're gonna try to investigate more strenuously. Can't prove why.
Okay.
So how can you use that as a way to fix them?
Do you feel like if you end up on the jury, you could be okay not hearing the why and still getting to it? Okay. Coming back to juror 11, after this discussion on the motive part of it, what are your thoughts now?
That I can see that there have been times where maybe there wasn't a clear cut intended motive. And that, especially when you're looking at mental health, there may not always be a why.
Thank you. Is there anything that, for any of you, that is gnawing at you? I wish Michael would have asked this particular question because it's really important I get this out. Anything like that that we should hear about now before I sit down and stop badgering you with questions? And I apologize, I didn't get to hit everybody, tried to get as many as we could. Any last thoughts, last ideas, things that you think would be important for us to know about you? All right, thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to do a little bit of follow-up with juror number 9. I was looking at your questionnaire and you said that you had physics class, and I saw that you had it on Tuesday, and then there was a TR something, but I didn't know what that meant.
So Tuesday, Thursday, but my Tuesday class is time for my Thursday one is long, this year tonight, or even with 1. So I have the 11 long. Already thought about it. But I also do work full time. But
Well, I was going to ask, how are you going to, because you didn't really raise that much. And so, and I had a lot of other students that were in here. So I was trying to figure out how you're going to still make your physics class. When does it end?
family.
Okay.
I'm graduating from bachelor's, so well, I thought about discussing with the teacher. Oh, he does this lecture on. I have access to those PowerPoints. But
Margaret, welcome to the membership.
Okay,
And
well, if
Addie
you're still
just
here at the end
gifted
of the
5
day, here's one
members.
of the things that I want you to
Oh
do.
my
I
God.
want you to talk with your teacher, find out whether or not there's something that can be worked around, whether or not it can be accommodated.
Oh,
Okay.
wow. Thank
Because
you,
if you're still
Addie.
here at the end of the day, you're going to come back in 2 weeks. And one of the things that I'll ask you is, what's the answer to that question? Okay. And then juror 45 over here. Tell me about your horse farm.
Definitely, Chico. We need to do some rabbits working to welcome all the members. Thank you guys. Make sure you guys drop a heart for Addie as well as SW. And Peekaboo had gifted as well earlier. Thank you guys for gifting so much. You guys, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay.
This juror sounds very confused to me. I don't know. Like I'm feeling some type of way about this juror. Anybody else feel it, or is it just me?
Okay. Well, I wanted to talk with you a little bit about that because you hadn't mentioned it. And I have had people in here serve as jurors that came from a ranching or a farming occupation, I suppose. And they have very early mornings, as you know. And we had one gentleman who he made sure, he said, I can do this. I'll get up, I'll feed the horses before I go. I'll feed them when I get home, and it'll all be okay. It'll just be a long day. So you think it's going to be okay? Okay. All right. And Councilor Froch, please.
So they need somebody to feed the horses, right? I mean, these are real stuff.
All right. Mr. Tellini?
Everyday tasks that we need somebody to do. So, gosh, the logistics of this is hard.
Part of the trial.
Not this part, all the time before where I can't talk. This part I like. This part I like. I want to start off by thanking each and every one of you. We let you all go to lunch and you all came back. You came back knowing that you could end up having to be with us for the next 8 weeks. And that actually talks a lot about each of you, and it talks about our community. They do statistics in each different county and jurisdiction about the number of jurors that actually shows up in the summons. And El Paso County is always 1 or 2, because our community here cares a lot about their civic duty. And I want to thank each and every one of you for doing it, because I know each and every one of you has someplace else you would rather be. And I know, as I think we heard juror number 45, talk, she heard all these other people's reasons why they can, and said, you know what, this is going to be inconvenience and I can do. And I think there's a lot of people here who were in that kind of position, juror number 28, who hard, I'm going to get used to this number thing, but a lot of us, we want to do this because we know it's our duty. And I worry sometimes we want to give the answers that indicate that we can give to our duty. And what I want to emphasize more than anything right now, you guys only have one duty, and that's to tell the truth. Okay? Answer as honestly as you can, and not try to give me the answers that I want to hear, not the answers you think they want to hear, or not even the answer you think the judge wants to hear, but to give us the honest answers so everybody can make decisions based upon that. Now, they call this jury selection. I think that's a little bit of a misnomer. What it should really be called is juror deselection. I don't get to pick anybody. Mr. Allen doesn't get to pick anybody. We're going to go through this process the next 2 weeks, and hopefully we come Monday, April 3rd, we'll have another group. We'll get rid of some more of them, and then we'll have the people who are going to be here with us for the next 6 weeks. It's kind of like Survivor, that game show, but instead of like a cool prize, you get stuck here. Now, the good thing for a lot of you guys haven't even made the island, okay? This is the casting part. To see who's going to get to move on to Survivor Island next April 3rd. And the other thing I want to know, you all to know, we know how hard it will be on everybody. We also know that because of some factors I'm going to talk about, it's not going to be easy. That's very easy getting the truth in this case for a lot of different reasons I'm going to talk about. And we're ready for that. That's why we've got 2 weeks of this to go through. And again, that's why it's important just for you guys to give the honest answers so that Ms. Stauch gets a fair trial, which is what we're all here for. Can everybody agree? I'm just going to give the truth. I don't care what anybody says. Okay, don't worry about being offensive. Don't worry about being politically incorrect. Don't worry about being selfish. Don't worry about hurting my feelings. I have none. And so when we talk about, I kind of like to look at this kind of almost like a job interview for the people that I'm going to get to be surrounded with for the next couple of months. And the first thing that I want to talk about, and the judges talked about it, Mr. Allen's talked about it, is hardship. And we're mean, we drag people off the street, we make them come here, but we don't want to make somebody homeless. We don't want to make somebody miss a vacation they've had planned for a long time. We don't want to make kids flunk out of school that they've been working, hard for. It's inconvenient, but sometimes this gets to the area that it's not fair. And that's just general applies to every juror. I also have some selfish concerns because my only concern is that woman right there. Okay? I like everybody. I want everybody to be happy, but my obligation is to her. And so I also worry, this is 45. I'm not saying this to you, but just as an example, that people have stuff going on in their lives that maybe it doesn't rise to the level of what the judge thinks of a hardship. And maybe we can make you come with us for the next 8 weeks, but I can't have you there paying attention. Even if I make you come and sit here, your mind's going to be somewhere else, and that you can't focus on the evidence before you. And so when I'm asking some of these questions about hardship, that's kind of what I'm going to. And it don't, I thought I read in your questionnaire that your husband has some disabilities as well.
So, he's not disabled.
Okay. Oh, okay.
He takes care of himself.
Oh, okay. Okay. And we make you be here for the next 8 weeks. Are you gonna be worried about your horses or are you gonna be able to pay attention?
Well, no, I'll be able to teach out.
Okay.
Back and get them fed.
Okay. You're number 15?
Yes.
I noticed that, I think you're talking before, you indicated you got to take care of your grandchildren.
Yes, I take care of them now. I go up to Centennial either Sunday night or early Monday morning, and I stay with them Monday and Tuesday, and then I come home on Wednesday.
Okay.
My daughter does not have anyone else to watch them, and if she had to hire a nanny or someone to come in, that would be like $300 extra a week for her. And when I text her at lunch and told her I was still here and what might happen, and she just sent me a capital 4-letter word.
And so, I bet I can guess the word of it.
She had to take them to work with her today.
Yeah.
And she's a sales rep for liquor.
Yeah.
So she had to drag them into the liquor stores.
Okay. And so what it sounds like, while this might not necessarily be a direct hardship to you, it would be a gigantic hardship.
I mean, if
to
it
your daughter.
wasn't for that, I would be glad to, do the service, so. But I don't want to put that hardship on her and my son-in-law either.
And juror number 59? Yeah, you have a kid that you have to transport to school, correct? What time do they get it out? And if we make you be here for the next week, who's gonna pick them up? Okay, you gotta tell me how big of a, because look, I mean, if this was my guess, like a 3-day trial, it'd be easy for you to say, hey, this is no problem, I can do. We're talking about, you're gonna have a couple weeks off, but then 6 to 8 weeks with us. How hard is that gonna be for you?
Cole, that's such a true statement. You do negotiate a good portion of your life.
Okay.
But if I have to,
And juror number 65? Yeah, and and how old are your kids? Oh. Okay. Well, and I guess kind of who's taking care of them right now?
yeah, so kind of goes into like a little back history, too, which maybe is good to bring up. I have a history in teaching, and it's that. So I feel like that.
I don't know, man. With Letecia and the stunts that
Right
she's
now,
been
my
pulling.
husband he works at UC Health with heart surgery, so he's. And so when there are no cases, we sometimes call my in-laws to be with the town. And I'm also literally tomorrow interviewing a position to start next fall. So. So figuring out.
Yeah. Okay.
And how, did you say your child was 21 months? Okay, go ahead.
And is it going to be a situation, if you're here for the next 8 weeks, so that a lot of times your mind's wandering back to how your son's doing?
I mean, I feel like.
Yeah. Either way you answer this question, it's gonna look bad for you.
I think especially where I'm at now with, like where I'm at now with him and.
Okay. Juror number, is that 66? And again, I just want to hit back on this memory. Like you said, you have short-term memory issues?
memory's not what it used to be.
Okay.
I find myself focusing every day a little more on what day of the week is it, and if I got anything important going on, it doesn't come naturally.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know,
Some, not a lot, but some.
and we're going to get a lot of information, you know, when in the 6 to 8 weeks that you've got to kind of keep in store. You can take some notes, but otherwise, you know, she has a right to 12 jurors, not, you know, 11 and a half. And I'm not saying that, you know, badly. No, and I appreciate you doing. You know, I could try to dunk a basketball all day long, but it's just not going to happen. I mean, would you say you have some significant concerns about being able to remember everything over a 6 to 8 week trial? Okay. Juror number 47. Oh, right. You put on your questionnaire that you're supposed to be out of town on the 22nd, April 21st and 24th. Okay.
I'm actually moving up to Denver for a job on the
Okay. So then you wouldn't be able to be here with us.
correct. Well, I will be unavailable.
Okay. Well, that answers that question. All right. Now, kind of get over, you know, the first part, the hardships, and those are pretty easy. Initially, when everybody asks, you know, the jurors, they ask, you know, do you think you can be fair? This 34. What does that mean?
Because it looks like fair, just, you know, style.
Yeah.
You don't make sense.
Juror number 44. What does that mean to you? Yeah.
You gotta look at both sides of the story.
Now, if this was a civil case and just about money, Mr. Allen rear-ends me and we're trying to determine who's at fault and where the money goes. That's all really that we ask of jurors is come in and kind of have everybody be even, fair, and do the best that we can. In a criminal case, it's a little bit different, Ms. 43. In a criminal case, you come in with a presumption of innocence. Okay, so not coming in, everything's equal. I'm coming in here thinking she didn't do this or she's innocent for whatever reason that she's innocent. And it's kind of different than what we normally do in life, right, Ms. 43? For example, I've got 12 and 14-year-old boys. And when they were younger, you know, 4 or 5 years ago, they'd be out playing in a different room. And I'd hear the younger one start crying. When I was coming back in that room, I wasn't presuming the older one innocent. I was wondering what you do to your brother. Okay. It's a little bit different concept. Would you agree with that? Yeah. And it's not how we normally do our day-to-day life. Is it 56?
Yes.
What does that mean to you, the presumption of innocence? Say that again.
I'm saying she's
Yeah.
admitted she's done it, but there's mitigating circumstances to do it.
Well, and I want to get something clear here, and just so everybody's out. That's not saying that. It's the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt for what you know, charges. And then I guess the easiest way to think of insanity would be something similar to an affirmative defense. For example, I'm charged with assaulting Mr. Cook or with punching him. Okay. They would have to prove that I actually punched him. A defense may be, though, that I did it in self-defense, that he said he was going to punch me, and so I did it. And so that made it clear they still have to prove it. And then then as well, though, after that, then you have to consider whether or not she was insane at the time.
Because the fact is you're both are saying the punch happened.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. The fact
Okay.
is, it's happened.
Yes.
No one's disputing the fact that it happened.
Okay.
Dispute is whether it was a mitigating circumstance to that.
Whether
The reason for it.
and then you'd have to presume
that if it's not guilty by reason of insanity, that she was insane, and they're going to have to prove, they have to prove that she was sane. Okay, it's not our burden to do that. Okay, juror number 54, what do you think about that?
Presumption of innocence.
Yep.
Foundation. Part it. I guess you've got a lot of information. Start with that.
Okay. Well, and it's interesting, you say we have to start with that. When the judge read that instruction, a lot of people miss out, and they think the presumption of innocence just is at the beginning of the case. Presumption of innocence actually goes through the entire case, up until all the evidence is done, up until they get to argue, we get to argue, they unfairly get to argue again, and then it goes back to you guys. Until you get back in that jury room, you have to maintain believing that she is innocent. Can you do that, number 54? Now, I think one of the reasons why we have so many people, it's kind of a counterintuitive thought process, Mr. Number 2. I think it's even harder, or the thought process is harder, when you have cases that have a lot of media exposure. I guarantee you, everybody at that table, and even that gentleman right there, which there had been no media exposure in this case because it'd make picking a juror alive. Sure. What I worry about is when people have read stuff on the news, seen stuff on the news, that this concept of presumption of innocence is more difficult. And it's not, to me, it's more than just like, I'm gonna try to put it aside and not, think about it while the only evidence is coming in and whether or not they've done the evidence. But for me, it's difficult. Can you, even though you've been exposed to stuff in the news, breathe life into that concept of presumption of innocence and believe her innocence up until this case is done?
Sure, because that's what she's entitled to under our system. Absolutely.
Ms. 11?
Yes.
Yeah, do you see why it scares me? Why I'm nervous?
Yeah.
And I'm nervous that everyone just wants to tell me, that answer, that I can do it. But it seemed, how much news have you seen on this case?
I live in Fountain. When it first happened, a lot, because we were looking for this kid.
Yeah.
Since they found Gannon, I kind of went, okay, I at least know where he's at. He's not out missing somewhere.
So when you say we were out, like out and people that are actually looking out.
If you went to the Safeway, Fountain's kind of small, you went to the Safeway, every little dark cardboard. Look, see if maybe he's been picked up by somebody. Then when he was found, it was like, well, there's gonna be judgment at some point. And there was no point in following it any further from that. My concern was that there wasn't a little boy missing out there somewhere in the woods or wherever.
Were you angry?
When I found out he had been found.
Yeah.
As any parent would be.
As any parent would be, and that had been deceitful. And
They're going to
everybody
have
out
to
looking
dismiss
for him,
her.
and they've been dead. And everybody, not only are you angry about a child being dead, but you felt like, I'm not sure a lot of
There's
people
no way
felt
they're
like
going to keep her.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
But
You're actually part of the Facebook group.
I was part of a Facebook group that was Find Gannon, for people who live in the Fountain area.
She was
I
part of
just
the
saw kiddo
Facebook group?
here. Has anybody seen him? And since he's been found, that group is gone pretty much silent, other than they do give updates of court appearance here, court appearance there, if anybody's following it, but I don't really do a lot on Facebook. Well, my job, I go on there, search and then stand up.
And I want to talk briefly on either of them. Your job, so you work for DHS.
Yes.
And you investigate people who are
Doing welfare fraud.
doing welfare fraud, and then you take that evidence and you present that to the attorney, and they choose whether or not to file charges.
The short of it, yes.
Yeah.
A lot of it is, there are times where it's not a high amount, wasn't a high motive of intent.
Yeah.
Those we deal with in-house, either through the Office of Administrative Courts in Denver, or we even have a waiver process where they can sign, I screwed up, I'll pay it back.
Okay.
When I have high amount of dollars or high amount of intent, meaning they made trying to commit welfare fraud their full-time job, those I do refer to the district attorney's office to then file criminal theft charges.
I mean, so at least, I mean, in part, you're criminal investigator.
Yes.
How did Mr. Seven? Have you had any media exposure?
No, actually. I haven't.
Being in Iraq?
No, I've been to work all the
Okay.
time, and then come home and. So I go to sleep at like 9.
You're number 20?
No, I got no media coverage. I was currently overseas at the time.
Okay. Number 21, I noticed that on your questionnaire that based upon the media coverage, you're going to find it hard to be impartial.
I don't follow mainstream media.
Yeah. Okay.
Stories. So I don't mainstream media.
Right, SW. I was thinking the same too.
So things have been presented. It's like, oh yeah, I really did know. As far as like.
Okay. 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 And I guess even more so than setting aside though, but presuming during the entire trial that she's innocent, how hard is that when you're coming in with some preconceived biases? Okay. No, and that's all I ask.
It would be difficult. I would hope that if I was in the position.
Yeah.
People ask me about certain things. I'm like, you really don't. You can know what you hope.
Yeah.
But you don't actually.
Right, Margaret. Hey, Lost in Space. I think that lady's too biased.
And if I'm mishearing you, absolutely tell me. What I'm kind of hearing from you is you understand the importance of this presumption of innocence. You want to do this, but in a case where somebody is accused of brutally murdering an 11-year-old kid, and that you've heard about that before, you've got some serious doubts about your ability to be able to do that throughout the trial.
That's the question, Vic.
Not resulting in this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right,
absolutely.
Patty.
No. No, thank you, Ms. Plum. I mean, this case isn't for everybody. And the only thing that we're asking right now is for people to let us know. I guarantee if I was like in your spot and I was answering all like the questions from this table, I wouldn't be a good person to be on any criminal case because I have beliefs that cannot be overcome in regards to certain things. Civil case, I'd probably be fine, but I have core values that sometimes we can't ask people to set aside core values. And that's kind of what I'm getting at here. We have, somebody who's accused of a horrible crime, breathing presumption of innocence into a case like that. Sometimes people have core values that they just can't do it. They can do it like on a theft case, or they can do it on a drug case. Jury number 24. What do you feel about that? That sometimes people have just the core values in certain cases that they can't do, that they understand, like, I've got to presume this person innocent during the course of this trial. And if this was about stealing a candy bar, I can do that. It's about brutally murdering an 11-year-old kid, I can't. I'm asking you. Okay. Number 26?
The problem is that Colorado Springs is such a small community. In compare, like you have Denver, but Colorado Springs, I would say, is smaller than Denver.
Somebody and say, hey, am I being fair to that person when I'm in the facts? Not using any bias or anything. Want to be as honest with him.
You need to do your work. Don't be modding if you can't be here. Don't worry about it.
And
Right.
34, you follow the some in the news, correct? And it is kind of the same thing. I mean, my worry, people,
Jan said, I just, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel that it's easier for people who know nothing about the case, having a well presumptive innocence, I can do that. But you're paying attention. I watch the story on the news, I make an opinion on it every time
Right,
I watch.
absolutely. I think that, and I think if you ask me to do that, sure. I think, after I sit down, let's go through it. I wasn't as aware of it, these
Yeah.
told from a certain perspective, that they really have, audience to gain. Kind of made me go, wait a minute, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think that, it very much changed.
Mr. 39, what do you think about that? And just let me know, are you saying as you sit there right now, when we're talking about a horrific murder of an 11-year-old kid, you've got some concerns about being able to breathe life and presumption of innocence during the whole case? All right. Ms. 43?
I agree,
Are
Patty.
you more with Mr. 39 or Ms. 34?
That way, I'm actually sitting here thinking.
Okay.
It has its own airport too. So it's just,
Okay.
I'm just kind of wondering how
Mr. 44?
they plan to
Can you
proceed.
breathe the presumption of innocence when the accusations are the horrific murder of an 11-year-old kid? All right, Ms. 45? And Mr. 44, have you heard anything about this case on the news?
Oh, just brief minute.
Okay. Ms. 62? What do you think about this? Can you, when this charge of horrific murder of an 11-year-old innocent kid, can you breathe life in the presumption of innocence? Okay. Yep. I'm just asking, as you sit there right now, I'm not asking if you can try it, do you have serious reservations about your ability to do it? Thank you. Mr. 61? All right. Ms. 59, do you have any reservations about your ability to breathe life into the presumption of innocence when we're talking about the horrific murder of an 11-year-old kid? Well, and that's one of the things we'll transition to. I think a lot of times as lawyers, we forget what kind of some stuff has. You're going to have to, in this case, you're chosen to be one of the people in the jury. Look at autopsy photos of a dead 11-year-old kid, been decomposing for a while. And you got to look at those photos to determine that because there's evidence you're guided, but be important. And some people do it, and some people just the thought of it is getting emotional and they can't do it, no matter how much I ask them. Like, I can't dunk a basketball. Some people, I can't look at that and be rational about it. And I know Ms. 65, I see you getting emotional. Oh, maybe not. I'm far back, so.
Because I've been thinking about that. And I would like to think this is like a pick up and see anyway, so like, and as some people were saying some things earlier, it's like, well, yeah, like I'm a parent too, but I'm just like, no. There were previous questions.
Breathing life into the presumption, breathing life into the concept is a due process right. Everybody in this country is accused of a crime, has that right, no matter what they've been accused of. And that's why we're taking, we know that it may be hard in a case like this for some jurors to do so. That's why we're taking the time. And only you can answer these questions. Like, again, I do stupid sports analogies. That's all I'm good at. You know, if somebody's saying, hey, can you dunk a basketball? There's no way I can do it. Can I hit a 3-point shot? Maybe 2 out of every 10 tries. Okay. There's like a layup, boom. I'm going to get that 90%, you know, the time. I'm just trying to gauge where people are.
Yeah, no, I think, and I don't think let's have like the stomachs for this, but
Yeah.
I think that's kind of would I be able to
It's not gonna be pleasant. Miss 74, what do you think about that? Some of the evidence, I mean, you're gonna have to see autopsy photos that are gruesome. You're gonna have to be able to look at them to see what those autopsy photos are trying to tell you. How confident do you think you can, because again, that presumptive innocence goes all the way through trial. Breathe that in, breathe into that concept even after seeing those photos. Can you do that from this guy? Number 69. Number 49.
yes. If I have a job to do.
That's as he said. Yeah. I see you raise your hand, 24.
Yes, I think that the severity of the situation.
The 70?
Say.
Yeah.
It's closure.
Yeah.
But that instead of him being lost soul.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And I guess the way that I would rephrase this, I'm doing this kind of almost like a job interview. I've done a lot of cases. I've had cases where jurors said, I have to look at autopsy photos. No, I'm not doing it. You know, you can make me sit here, but you can't make me look. You can't make me do that type of thing. And there's a lot of people like that. And so I'm trying to get a sense. One, I want everybody to know what this job is going to be. And then, you know, to see who's going to be best to have that job. Does that make sense?
I guess my other question to you is it doesn't, you know, so if what you're asking is whether or not I will be able to be legally like.
No.
Then I will tell you.
Yeah.
Okay. But the question is whether I can presume. See enough. and based on the instructions.
That's what I'm asking, like. It is, is looking at those photos going to be so emotional that you're no longer able to do that job, I guess. That's what I'm just inquiring.
I don't think so.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, if I sat here and I was like,
If,
I know that I can maintain an expressionless
no one,
face. Doing, I mean, throughout, could I do that for 8 weeks?
no,
Ability.
no, and I just want to be clear, I'm not asking that. No one's asking that. And if you're telling me you could do that, I know that you've already messed up rule number 1, which was to be honest. There's going to be emotion in the next 8 weeks of this whole thing. The question is, can you have those emotions come up and set them aside and still presumption of innocence, hold them to their burden, look at all these facts like that? Or, is this going to be something that I have concerns as I am right now? I can feel the emotion coming up that I'm not going to be able to do that. That's kind of what I'm trying to get at. Does that make sense, Mr. 29?
Glad you asked.
All right.
I think the scenario, I almost don't get the scenario you're thinking. Okay? So you're expecting, right, I actually see a jury starting and saying, yes, this defendant is innocent. But we have both sides of the table presenting evidence, trying to convince us that one way or another, you're going to be giving us evidence, trying to convince us of a certain thing. So to sit there and say that until after 8 weeks, at the end of 8 weeks, when I walk into a jury room, that's when I can start forming opinions. And even imagine that. Because I would be sitting in that jury box, and every piece of evidence that comes apart has to be playing into my opinion building. That means I no longer think she defended it innocent. I don't think so, but
It's a little confusing. And the law, like I said, what the law requires is for you to presume your innocence, and that presumption of innocence, according to the instruction you're gonna get from the court, maintains throughout the trial, all the evidence up till they're done talking and I'm done talking. And I guess one way I've analogized it is, do you like James Bond? You've seen James Bond movies?
oh yeah, I've seen some, yes, yeah.
Okay, and you go see a James Bond movie, and you're watching all the movie, and no matter what happens to James Bond, I think he's getting out. I mean, he can tied up like this. He's got a laser coming up right there for him. He's telling him all his evil plans. But I'm presuming that James Bond is somehow going to get out. I'm not ignoring the situation, but that's how I think this movie is going to end. And if that laser came up and cut James Bond in half, I would be shocked. But that's, I guess, the nearest analogy, that something's going to happen that you presume that she's going to be the innocent until this case is done, and you go back and you can look at everything all at once. And it's not saying that you don't make opinions while it's going, but it's at the end of every day, you say, these are all the stuff I've learned, and when I come here and you're said every day, I'm going to presume I'm going to find her not guilty until the end. But you don't ignore all the stuff that they're doing every day. But every day we got to put on a presumption of innocence hat, come in and go, one of my jobs today is I presume her innocent. Things are going to come in, you're going to have opinions, but to put that back hat on every day. Does that make a little more sense?
Yeah, a little bit more, yeah. Not like I was gonna go to the jury room.
No.
Flip a switch, because now you get.
No, we want you thinking the whole time. We want you thinking the whole time, but it's just, we want you thinking from the perspective that you believe that she's innocent, and they've got to change her mind. That I guess that's the easiest thing, everybody has their different politics, and you go into one thing and you think, I disagree with you and everything like that. And people try, to change your mind. It's your politics up until the end of this thing, or she's not guilty. And they're going to be trying to change her mind, and everything they say, you put in there and you think about it and you form opinions, but still every day you got to come back and presume innocence. Can you do that, number 29?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Anyone else? We don't have a lot of trying to pop around to anybody, but this presumption of innocence, even having to look at some horrific photos, Miss Nine. What do you think about that?
Let's look at them, obviously,
Yeah.
but keeping. Printing the innocent. Difficult, but I think I'm.
Number 69. Maintain a presumption of innocence, even having to look at autopsy photos. All right, let's move along. Oh,
My line of work,
and we're going to let you go, so don't worry. See, look at this. See how nice I am? You're now that stress is. Yeah. Yeah.
So we're told, did this.
Yeah. And you form anger towards that person because you've got a kid that's come in and hurt and that kid didn't deserve it. And it pisses you off and you want someone held accountable. Everybody feels that way. You got a kid that's hurt. Your initial instinct is I want to hold somebody accountable and somebody has got to pay a price. And that is human. But that is not the 12 people's job who's going to be on this jury, or we'll have more than that. Some will be alternate. But the people who are going to be on the jury, it's not vengeance, even though that may be an emotion we all have to feel. We all have to put, whoever's going to be on this jury is going to have to put that emotion aside and determine whether or not they approve this case beyond a reasonable doubt for the facts or the elements like the omelet, and whether or not they prove that she was insane beyond a reasonable doubt when this happened. And so does that make Miss 28? I wouldn't want someone coming in here and say, it doesn't piss me off that an 11-year-old kid's dead. But
separate this is two different phases.
Yeah.
The thing about what happens to the person that is found guilty, that's up to the judge, the jury. It's the vengeance, that is the full weight and authority of the civil institution. Violence that the government is bringing. Consequences of whoever's found guilty.
Yeah.
We're trying to figure out if this particular person that's being put in front of us is guilty according to the rules. And it doesn't mean that we don't want someone to be found guilty.
Yeah.
We have to figure out if that person is guilty. If that person's guilty, then judge throw the book out. If they're not guilty, then let's have another trial and find someone else who did do this. Matter of principle, I mean, set us apart from every other legal system on the planet. We're innocent, though we're proven guilty. Person who is guilty goes free. To prove, they're going to screw up again.
Yeah.
But rather, it's hard, but I would rather that innocent person not be put in prison versus a guilty person getting set free. But not, it's hard.
neither one are ideal, but that's how our system is designed. Our system is designed that it's better for a guilty person to go free than an innocent person being convicted. And no system's perfect, but that's well ours is. I'm guessing I'm running out of time here quickly. A lot of people had thoughts about not guilty by reason of insanity. Miss 21, you indicate you put on there that you think it's for cowards.
Just being honest.
Yeah, and that's all I want. Yeah.
And I just have a hard time believing.
Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, who thinks not guilty by reason of insanity is a BS defense? We got myth 62, correct? It's okay. Yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. I think it's useless.
And would it be fair to say it'd be harder? Because in this case, they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she was sane. They have to disprove it. What I'm getting from you, you're not really buying that as a legal defense. That's okay. Okay. Juror number 69, you feel the same way? Here, do we ever, number 47? Oh, don't worry, you're fine.
Need to wrap up.
Number 53, what do you feel about injure eye? Juror number 70, you have a degree in psychology? All right.
Say one other thing.
Yes.
Relative to, I have a little bit of a frame of reference, which is my cultural background. And when it comes to the no jury by trial and not being given an opportunity, my parents were in it. So I know what happens when you come to a decision based on sanity, reasons. Because I'm not so certain that government don't decision this. So I'm just saying I do have that bias, which is everybody deserves their day in court. And I understand the direction of innocence. There is some.
Yeah. Juror number 6. No, it's good. I mean, it's good information. That's all I'm asking for, just be honest, and thank you for being honest.
Last question.
Number 61, you indicated you don't believe in not guilty by reason of insanity. You think it's no excuse. Okay, thank you.
I wanted to follow up on a couple of things. Juror 47, are you the one that said that you were not going to be here on April 21 because you're moving? Are you moving to Denver? And so remember when we started out this process this morning about are you a county resident or not?
Temporary, just right out for like a 1 year-ish period.
Okay. That was kind of what I was trying to get to. So you're planning on moving to Denver. You're going to be there about a year. Okay. All right. And then, juror number 62, I had a little bit of difficulty hearing part of your answer. Did I understand correctly that you had served on 2 juries? Well, you should play the lottery. Okay, and were they on criminal jury? Were the cases criminal or civil? That would have been a criminal case. Probably a criminal case as well. Let me ask it this way. When you were on those juries, were there 6 of you or 12 of you? Okay, so they would have been criminal cases. Okay. Okay. So you've been through the process a couple of times, and I did not hear your complete answer regarding whether you can or cannot give the presumption of innocence to someone. Okay. Okay. All right. And, all right. There's one other. Juror 59, you had said that you had the 21-month-old and you would be able, you'd figure it out if you needed to. Would it help? I'm sorry, juror 65. Juror 59, you probably don't have a child care issue. But juror 65, you're the one with the 21-month-old, right? Okay. And you said that you would figure it out if you had to or if you needed to. And actually, I'm right. Juror 59, you have a child care issue too. So the question that I have is, we have court care that is available in the courthouse. It's on the first floor. Juror 65, yours is 21 months old. Juror 59, your child though is coming home from school, right? Okay. So juror 65, if you were able to bring your child into the courthouse on days when you could not find care, there's some parameters that we have to work with, but it's primarily my issue, not yours, which is I got to make sure that we get you out timely because court care closes down, I think at noon. They don't reopen again until 1. So we have to make sure that regardless of where we are, I just tell the lawyers you're done for now. So that gets you out of here so you can go down. Would that be helpful?
No, and too, my husband works at the Memorial Hospital and off of that a lot of times.
Okay.
But yeah, that would be.
Memorial, Maine or north? Okay, so yeah, not very far. Okay. And juror 65, or I'm sorry, juror 59, let me make sure I understand your situation. Is this going to be an issue for, I mean, if you're here 6 weeks or so, how much of a problem is this going to be for you to get your son, right? 10-year-old home? 9. Okay. All right. And juror 66, you would talk to us a little bit about your memory problems. How long have you been retired, sir? And what kind of work did you do before that?
I was a surveyor for a land survey company for the last 12 years before I retired.
Okay. And how are you doing with your memory today? Okay. Does it vary day by day? Or is it just over a period of time? Okay.
Over time. Doesn't come and go. It's very slowly fades.
Yeah, no, I get that. My children tell me I have the same problem. It's amazing though. They say, Dad, you forgot about this. And other times they will say, are you ever going to forget about that? So, I mean, okay. All right. At this point in time, what's going to happen is we're going to take about a 15-minute recess. So I need everyone to leave the courtroom. Same thing as this morning. Remember where your seats are. We'll have you come back at 3:20. So be ready at the door at 3:20 to come back in at that point. And then what will occur is that the attorneys and I are going to have a conversation up here, and we will discuss jury selection at that point. So all rise for the jury, please. I don't care. Webinar. I was thinking. I just don't want.
I don't know if we'll be muted here. SW, thank you so much for, my goodness, you've gifted. I'm gonna need you to stop gifting because I don't want you to get in trouble now. We got a lot of rabbit twerking to do here for all of this, and maybe we'll be twerking during their little break here. But let me see if they're done talking. Yeah.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jurors have left the courtroom.
Ooh.
We can do this in one of two ways. I assume Ms. Stauch would like a break at this point in time. Okay.
Ooh, she is in
We
the
can do it one
courtroom.
of two ways. We can have
She's in the courtroom.
her take her break now, and then come back and do challenges for cause. We can do challenges for cause now and then take a break. I don't know if you want to waive her presence while we do the challenges for cause. It would be my preference not, but pardon? Okay, so you just need to tell me whether you want to break right now. Okay, no, that's fine. That's
Letecia
fine. We'll do it
Stauch
now.
is in the courtroom.
All right. We'll be in recess then for about 10 minutes.
All righty. So they'll be in recess.
So did you ever see any of the Austin Powers movies?
He just asked him if he saw any of the Austin Power movies. Lord have mercy. Stop, stop, stop. No. Don't grab the cord. Let me go ahead and do a little rabbit twerking for all new members. Thank you so much. This one's for you. I think Baby Bunny knows every time there's a rabbit twerk because she tends to look at the images and she starts kind of, doing that little like baby movement. Are you dancing with everybody with the rabbit twerks? Yeah? Are you? You guys something to say to the people? What do you think about what's going on? You're on the mic. You have a lot to say, but you don't want to speak on the mic. What's going on? Mm-mm-mm. She is. That's our next twerking one leg with crutches in honor of SW Chico and anybody else who's hurt their legs in the last couple or feet in the last couple months. Thank you guys. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. SW, I don't want you to get in trouble, so you need to chill with the memberships, because I don't want to hear the husbands like, give me the laptop and then all this happens. But it is what it is, but I appreciate you. Thank you so much. And Chico and everybody else, Addie, all of you guys, thank you so much. Those Teletubbies are big. Yeah, she was just talking. Baby Bunny was here. Baby Bunny, do you have something to say? What say you, Baby Bunny? Say something. You're on the mic. Say something. Say something. No? No. Anyways, diapers do enhance the twerks. That's very true. Yes, she's she's speechless from this jury selection. This jury selection is interesting. It seems like a freaking pre-law class going on at this point. Hey Jessica, how are you? Thank you. So they're on break. I'm gonna put us on break as well. Let me do a little rabbit twerk again, and thank you again for those memberships. Where's my other rabbits? Where's my other rabbit twerks? I have all these clips that I need to organize. I'm not gonna lie to you, but thank you so much. Yeah, so they're gonna be looking at autopsy photos. That's what it sounds like. I think that this is going to be very intense, very emotional. Thank you, Chico. All around, yo. Like, I'm a little concerned and worried, right? I don't know. It's like, I don't know if I could ever sit on this kind of. I've sat on jury duty, but this right here, this is a little different. You know what I'm saying? Um, is different all around, and it's even listening to these attorneys trying to interview the jury is interesting because we don't really know what's going to be made out of it. I'm going to go feed my horses for real. Well, there you go. Thank you, Chico. Who else? Who else? It's gonna suck for sure. So what I'm gonna do is this. Everybody, guys, go take a little stretch break. If you've been doing this, I'm gonna put some elevator music on. Give these people some time to get back in here. But from the sounds of it, it looks like we have Letecia Stauch back. So once they get back, I'll unmute and then we'll get this going back again. Okay. Please enjoy the elevator music from StreamYard. StreamYard provides us with some elevator music. What are you guys into? Let's try this song. I need you guys not to fall asleep though, so I don't know if that's the best song. Maybe a little rock. There you go. Stay awake.
You good to go, Kathy? Okay. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jurors are not present in the courtroom. Since they're not present in the courtroom, we can do the challenges for cause not at the bench. So, prosecution, tell me everybody you want to excuse first, and then we'll go through them one by one.
Well, I think as it relates to, we were discussing where we both agreed 11, 21, 62, and 24.
Hold on, 11, 21.
11, 21, 62, and 24.
Okay.
Both sides agreed to excuse for cause.
Let me see where we are. 11 is over here. 21 is there. 62 was that one back there. And 24. Okay. Oh, sorry, Mr. Tellini, do you agree?
We do.
All right. Court will also excuse 11, 21, 62, and 24. 11, 21, 62, 24. All right. What other challenges does the prosecution have?
That would be the extent of the court.
Oh, you don't have any additional? Okay. Mr. Tellini?
Additionally, we would challenge 15, 9, 66, 69, 74.
Okay. With respect to 15, I'm going to grant that. That's the woman who has watches her grandchildren 2 days a week.
Say 15, yes.
Yeah, 1-5. And with respect to 66, I'm going to grant that based on his purported memory issues. Tell me your issue with respect to 59.
59 had some child care issues. She also, when questioned about the presumption of innocence, where it's the murder of an 11-year-old boy, said that she had significant concerns about her ability to do that.
Mr. Allen?
She also said that she could follow the presumption and felt like she could survive.
I tend to agree with Mr. Allen. I think that the way that I read her body language and everything, and I understand her child care issues, but she said she thought she would be able to figure it out. With respect to the presumption of innocence, I think what she was struggling with is what many people would struggle with, which is we have an 11-year-old that is a victim of what the attorneys have described as a violent crime. And she's juxtaposing that against the presumption of innocence. The impression that I got from her, from what she had to say, was that she could do that. It might be difficult. She might have to remind herself, but she thought that she could do that. I think that's sufficient with respect to rehabilitation to allow her to continue to serve. So that request will be denied. The next one is 69.
69 had some of the same concerns with the presumption of innocence, but also then said that she thought the insanity, not guilty by reason of insanity, was more or less a BS offense and an excuse.
Mr. Allen?
So my recollection is that 62 is the one that indicated on her
That's what I thought.
questionnaire that insanity was a BS excuse. When Mr. Flynn was talking to her 62, her 69, sort of chimed in on that, but did not adopt the same language that we've already agreed to in policy 62. I would think that she would also be number 6 and also for potential rehabilitation.
Yeah, that I have the same recollection as Mr. Allen, and I'm looking at the questionnaire, and I think what juror 69 actually said on the questionnaire anyway was that she has opinions regarding insanity, and she said only if it applies. Not everyone who pleads this is insane. And I don't recall any specific comments from her otherwise. And I think that's just an accurate statement of the law that, you know, sometimes it's raised as a plea when maybe it shouldn't be, but that doesn't mean that she can't follow the law in this case. So I will deny that one as well. 74.
74 had on our questionnaire. In regards to not guilty by reason of insanity, I believe anyone that hurts a child is crazy, exclamation point, but is not a reason to get off or be found not guilty.
Yeah, I remember that one. I wrote that one down too. Mr. Allen?
Trying to just check on. So, notes that, Ms. Guardiano kept on that particular, that she agrees with the presumption of innocence and could do that, like people have. And also, I love that, I believe I can make a fair decision based on it.
Well, I put the comments from juror 74 in a different category than I do for jurors 59, or I'm sorry, 59 and 69. I do agree that the comments, I mean, essentially what she's saying is, this is not a reason to get off or be found not guilty. There wasn't a lot in the way of questioning of juror 74. She would have been the one in the far back row, far corner. And so there was not a lot more to go on, but based on the questionnaire, I just see that as, I mean, if you look at it, let's see, 74.
I mean, she has the exclamation point.
69. I got the exclamation point. But if you look at the difference in tone and tenor between 74 and 69, 69 says, well, only if it applies, not everyone who pleads this is insane. And I think that's an accurate statement. But clearly I get the impression from juror 74 that she has significantly strong opinions regarding the use of a sanity plea. And it also is even much worse than juror 59, who on her questionnaire asked, you know, well, what was the history before this crime? Would that explain the plea? Is it being used to not accept responsibility? And I think that that's a logical question, and frankly, probably one that'll be at the heart of the case. So I do agree that, or I am going to grant the challenge for cause as to juror 74. So let me make sure I have everybody here.
And I just
11. Don't interrupt me for just a moment. That's all right. I just want to make sure I got the numbers in the right spot. 62, 24, 15, 66, 66, 66, 66, and 74. Okay. So you guys want to follow along with me as to who everybody should be that is excused so that we all agree on the same numbers? Or you just want to come up and look at my sheet?
But I think
No, and I was going to say 70, but she's already been kicked. So
Okay. So you want me to read the one that are excused or the ones that are still on? Because there's a lot fewer that are still on.
Probably easier to read still on.
Still, okay. All right. We still have juror 2, 7, 9, 20, 26, 28, 29, 34, 35 and 36 have been, yep, I didn't get those crossed off. 39. So the next juror that we have still on the panel after juror 34 is juror 43, 44, 45, 47, 49, 54.
I thought 47 was excused.
I don't have. Oh, whoops. Yeah, she is.
I thought it was on the yellow sticky.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Well, that was
57 was on the sticky, was on the Post-it.
47's also on there.
Did you just
But-
write down your-
Yes, and about 7 more.
Okay,
I would.
so let's go back.
Okay.
We have jurors 43, 44, 45. I'm going to excuse 47 because I'm a little bit concerned. I understand how she sees residency. I'm not sure that I agree with it entirely, but certainly she's going to be gone by during part of the trial. So we have jurors 43, 44, 45, 49, 54, 56, 57. That's right. Yeah, he was the administrator. 58. Oh, there he is. So 58, 59, 61, 65, 69, and 70. Those are the people that I have as our jurors. You agree, Mr. Allen? Mr. Tellini?
I agree.
Okay, all right, let's go ahead and let him back in, Todd. Yep. You can get a copy of that if you want, if you need it at the end of the day. Kathy, you can get a copy of that if you want at the end of the day, if that'd be more helpful. Okay.
The total left.
Oh, the total left. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay. Is that what you have?
Yeah.
Okay.
I try to fit them all in there.
Kathy, do you need a hard copy of this?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. We'll get you one. Yeah, but that's what I was wondering about. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. We're going to do this a little bit different than what we have done everyone else because it is frankly easier to read the names of the people, or I'm sorry, not the names, the numbers of the people who will return for further jury selection on April 3. So I'm going to read those numbers. If I read your number, stay in your seat because I'm going to have further instructions for you. And then everybody else is excused. You can go on about your business, do whatever you need to do today, those sorts of things. But the people whose numbers I read need to stay in the courtroom. So potential jurors in this case will be number 2, number 7, number 9, number 20, number 26, 27, or I'm sorry, 26, 28, 29, 34, 43, 44, 45, 49 in the back there, 54, 56, 58, 59, 61, going into the row behind that, 65, 69, and 70. So those people need to stay where they are. Everybody else is excused. If you have a question as to whether or not you're supposed to stay or not, raise your hand. You are 24, you are free to go. We'll just have them do this from their seats. Fill them stuff out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's fine. Okay, thank you. Okay. I have an instruction that I want to give you, and then we're going to ask for some information. You've probably already guessed that there is some public or media interest in this case. There could be more in the coming weeks. You must guard against that, as you will be required to decide this case based on the evidence presented and the instructions that I give to you. You can tell your friends and your family, significant others, people that are important to you, you can tell those people that you may be on this jury and how long you think it will go. You can ask for their help in avoiding exposure to stories or even opinions from others regarding this case. But you cannot otherwise discuss anything else about this case with anyone. And you should not listen to any opinions regarding this case from someone who is not a juror. And we'll talk about that in just a moment. If someone asks you why, just tell them it's because that's what the judge told you. That puts the burden on me and not on you. Because I know that in every case that I have, we get to a point where jurors know something about the case and know that they might be on the case. And at the end of the day, we will have testimony or evidence in some fashion. And I know when I go home, I have a lovely wife who I've been married to for more than 30 years. She's going to ask me how my day was. I will start to tell her. While my wife is a lovely wife, she also has very strong opinions. And she is happy to share those opinions with me, whether I want her to or not. So she'll ask me how my day went. I'll start to tell her. And at some point, she'll look at me and she'll say, well, you didn't really believe that, did you? And pretty soon I'm having a conversation with someone about what I should and shouldn't believe. And that person wasn't even here. You can't do that. So the way that you avoid all of that is you say, I can tell you that I might be a juror on this case. We think it's going to take 6 weeks. We believe we're going to start on April 3. The judge told me that I can't tell you anything else about it. Please help me to avoid exposure, news stories. Please help me. My friends, once they find out that I may be on this jury, may be wanting to share their opinions with me. Please help me avoid that. And tell them that the judge said that I can't talk to him about it. As I said, that puts the burden on me as opposed to you, because if I were to tell my wife, look, I'm just not going to talk to you about it anymore, it would lead to an entirely different conversation. So this avoids all of that. You can still blog or communicate with others. You can go on about your normal life. You just can't talk about this case. And you can't do any research about this case, the people involved in this case, the witnesses in this case. You can still watch TV, you can go on the internet, you can still do your Amazon shopping, all of those things, but you are not allowed to look at, read, consult, or use any material of any kind, including any newspapers, magazines, television and radio broadcasts, dictionaries, medical, scientific, technical, religious, or law books or materials, or the internet in connection with your jury service. I want to emphasize that you must not seek or receive any information about this case from the internet, which includes all social networking, Google, Wikipedia, blogs, and other websites. You're not allowed to do any research of any kind about this case or this kind of case. What we're going to do, and so that you know what the process will be going forward, you've all been through this today. We're going to do this every day. Not with you, but with a different group tomorrow. We will do this every day until we reach a group of 110. Once we reach a group of 110, we will bring the first 75 back. Our hope is that we're going to do that on April 3 at 9 a.m. Couple of things. In a moment, Mr. Combs and Mr. Sproul are going to circulate around a sheet. What we would like for you to do is put down your name, your juror number, not your seat number, but your juror number, an email address, and a phone number. The attorneys don't get that. Nobody gets that. That stays with us and nobody else. The reason for that is we will let you know as things progress how it's looking. It is possible that we will not have our projected number of jurors by April 3. It's possible we might have them earlier. But what I want to do is keep you advised about where we are if it turns out that we're going beyond April 3. If we have to, I don't think it's going to be that far beyond it. So we need to keep advised of that. In addition, it has our contact information on it. You should be given, they have cards, right? Yeah, okay. You have a card. We're going to be giving you a card that has our contact information on it. Has my division, my name, my phone number. We also have an email on there. And it tells you to come back on April 3. If something happens, and I've been through this before, so I know that things can change in the next 2 weeks. I don't wish that on anybody, but I know that emergencies can happen. Something can happen in your family. Maybe you can win the lottery and you decide to go to France. I don't know. But things can happen and things can change. So you need to call us and let us know. And if it's an emergency or something like that, just call us, let us know, and we will deal with it. Okay. So the reason why I'm doing this and saying that you can enlist the help and aid of your friends is because I try to learn from past mistakes. And I had a case previously where I said, you can't discuss anything about this case with anybody. And unfortunately, I received a phone call from a husband who was, he was anxious and he was upset because his wife was, I could hear her in the background crying and saying that she had to be here for 8 weeks and couldn't tell him why. So you can do that. You can explain that to your employers. You can explain that to anybody. Juror number 9, you can talk to your professors about it. If you need a letter from me, let me know. If anyone here needs a letter from me to explain to their employer what they may be doing for the next couple of months, let me know. And I can see what I can do. I can certainly get letters out. And certainly if you are selected as a juror in this case, I have no issue with providing you with those letters. So, but we need to make sure that 2 weeks from now, you are still qualified to serve as a juror in this case. The attorneys and nobody from the attorneys are going to be contacting you. Nobody from any other source should be contacting you. If that happens and it becomes a problem, let me know. And I will take steps to deal with that. But your contact information stays with us and nobody else. So that's where we are. Let's go ahead and pass that out. Oh, okay. Mr. Allen? Yes. Somebody, I think it was juror 15 who is no longer with us. She had discussed an issue about, what sort of punishment might be involved or something like that, or she would have some difficulty deciding punishment. You need to understand that if you are selected to serve as a juror in this case, you will not be deciding punishment. The only issue that you will be deciding is whether or not the prosecution has proven everything that it is required to prove in order to establish the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. This is not a death penalty case where the jury decides the punishment. If the defendant is found guilty, it will be my job to impose or decide the punishment that should be imposed, and only my job. So your job is really just to determine the facts of the case and whether or not the prosecution has proven beyond a reasonable doubt everything they're required to prove. So hang on to those cards. with us tomorrow? Are you with us tomorrow? Okay. Stop. If he needs more telling him, call us and we'll send him. Got an email address, right? Yeah. He's got an email address. Just tell him that if he needs more, let us know. Let me know when we're done. We're using the gold tickets for them, right? The yellow ones. Okay. That's the other thing I was going to do. All right. I want to check on a couple of things. The first is, does everybody have a yellow ticket? Raise your hand if you do not. Okay, it looks like we got that all taken care of. Keep that with you. In addition, when you come back on April 3rd, you will come back not to the jury assembly room. So where you reported this morning, you don't have to go there. What you need to do is, it's going to sound strange, but you got to report to the hallway outside of the courtroom here. Because what will happen is, remember how we stacked y'all up out there this morning? That's what we're going to do on April 3rd. Your seats will be renumbered. You don't have to remember where you are because we're going to reshuffle you all again. But be out in the hallway. And then when we get, when it becomes time to start the questioning, or we call it voir dire, when it becomes time to do that again, we will open the doors and Mr. Sproul and Mr. Combs will tell you what seat number you're in, and we'll go through that whole process. So just wait out there in the hallway until we're ready for you. Nobody will be bothering you, and just be patient with us. And hopefully we'll be able to do this on April 3 and we'll be able to go at that point in time. With that, remember everything that I told you. Remember those admonitions. Don't read anything about this case. Have your people help you to avoid things about this case, and push it all off on me. When your spouse, significant other, or somebody says, "Oh, I heard about that," and you can just say, "The judge said I cannot talk to you about this," and that should stop the conversation. So with that, have a really good day, and we will see you back on April 3. If you have any questions in the meantime, you can give us a call. 9 a.m. All rise for the jury, please.
Okay. Well, I don't know what else we would be able to hear here. Maybe they're going to have some sidebar conversations for us. Let's see. It sounds like they're going to be going at it tomorrow as well for the other jury selection. They want about 110 members. So far they have 19. Why does it seem like they still have a long ways to go? I don't know why.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Oh, Almost. There it goes. All right, record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Really good day by my count. It looks to me like we have about 20 potential jurors. If we have 5 more days of this, we should be done, which would put us done a little bit early. That would be a good thing. So we'll start all over again tomorrow at 8:30. Anybody have anything else, Mr. Allen?
The only question I have is, once we get to that 110,
Mm-hmm.
if we stay on the same pace, we should eventually,
Mm-hmm.
can we get the seating chart for that 110 in packets? Already have the packets, but the seating chart.
Yes.
Ahead of time.
I think so. I need to talk with Mr. Sproul about that, but I think the plan is I'm glad you brought it up because I wanted to talk about it a little bit. As I see this, it seems to me, and when I did this before, it's not a true shuffle. It is, for instance, juror number 2 is going to be juror number 1 now. And then juror number 7 would be juror number 2. So we don't reshuffle them, and then our current juror number 2 ends up as like 63 or something like that.
That's easy.
Okay, so these people, well, these 20 will be in that box.
So they'll be the presumptive.
They will be the right. Yep, that's exactly right. They will be the presumptive panel in the 20. So yeah, that's where we will be. And we'll have to talk about, as the day goes on or the week goes on, I can talk with Mr. Sproul about when we might be able to get that to you. It really just depends on how long it's going to take. I'll know once we start getting to about 80, I'll have a better idea about how long it's going to take us. But
Judge, so we know, and we've already put the jurors' questionnaires that have been eliminated today in this box.
okay,
Like to keep the 20 that made it through. We'd like to keep their questionnaires just because we could be asking them questions again in the future.
not today.
They
Not
don't.
today.
I'll think about it. I'll think about it overnight, whether you get them or not. My thought is that probably not until the end. Largely because you're not going to be asking them, you won't be able to ask them any questions until we get to that 110. And it may be once we get there, then you have all of them, and that may be appropriate. I just have to tell you, I'm very cautious about letting any of these out of my sight for lots of different reasons. But I agree that you should have access to them. The question is when you're going to get it. So let me think about it. I'm more inclined to say, wait until we get to our pool of 110 or whatever, and then you can have the questionnaires for the 110, as opposed to you need to hold on to these for the next 2 weeks.
We were
So.
going to have, I actually thought that you were going to allow us to hold on to the 20, it's actually 21, I think that we kept for today. I think the court could, to satisfy any concerns, issue a protective order regarding these additional 21 questionnaires.
Actually, as I look at what I've highlighted, I have 19. So
You have 19 head.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
You need to look at your sticky note.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I have 19.
2, 7,
Mhm.
9,
9, 20, 26,
8,
28, 29,
34,
34,
1,
43,
45,
44. Oh,
45.
45. That's what I missed.
It's 20,
It's,
counting 47.
we missed, that's right. And so we did give, yep,
It's 20. My fault on the count.
Yep.
It is
it is 20. Yep. I did not highlight one that I should have. Okay, so that's where it is. Okay, so I will think about that overnight. If we put those in, just the ones,
Okay.
if we put just the restricted ones in as sealed, only the attorneys would be able to get access to them, right?
I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes you go in there and it says only a judge can see this or administration.
Well, that's sealed, restricted. If we, well, let me think about it. The answer for right now is no, give them back, and I'll think about it. And overnight, you may get them back.
Would we at least be able to keep because we've written notes on our packets, so keep them separated by
Yes.
prosecution and defense?
Yeah. You got a paper clip or something? We can do that.
Okay. Clip is yours, right? That's mine. So this is all. It's the same. Okay, we have two stacks of stuff.
Okay. Let me think about it.
So this is all other than what you done for that. Yep. And you have your chart with you? The chart, Judge?
I'm sorry, I was.
The
working on-
chart.
Oh,
Meeting chart.
yes, we do need the chart back. And the chart's not gonna do you any good anyway.
I'd say get our names so we can put them in order. I've got so many notes written on this thing.
Hand it back and I'll tell you tomorrow.
Better start writing on a notepad. Sounds like.
Well, the concern is if somebody wants to tell me or give me an idea, because the concern is I don't want any of that information out floating around anywhere. So I could put a protective order of you can't do anything with it. But I'm not sure how to police that.
Well, I think you should presume that we're following the court's orders, because we do that with other things.
That's true.
And then on top of that, I mean, there's so much deliberative process as to how we're going to ultimately pick the jury and referee challenges as it relates to notes that are on those forms. That it'll be hard to recreate that without being able to go back and access our notes.
Yeah, and it may be that the order would be that you can't disseminate it, you can't copy it, you can't give it to anybody else. And when we get to the part where the jury has been selected, we get everything back and it's all destroyed at that point, because then it's not going to matter. Right?
Right.
But I understand the utility of you guys are taking notes as we're going along, and it's helpful to have those notes. And you don't want them to see what your notes are, and they don't want you to see what their notes are. And that's fair. I mean, I understand that. I'm going to think about it overnight and I'll let you know tomorrow morning. And then you have the original, right? This is not the one that we're keeping.
I have a copy.
Is this the one that we're going to keep?
As original as it gets.
Okay. I told Kathy I'd get her a copy of what all of my, you did? So you're good? Okay.
Over here, and I was just trying to get it out of the way.
Can we leave our cards in here?
Yep. You can leave anything in here that you want.
Can I sleep in here, Judge?
It's your choice. I will tell you that, let's have the conversation about the microphones. I got to have one on the table. It's not as critical during jury selection. It will be during trial.
And I guess the concern is just based upon the recent trials that I did, that these ones like the attorneys haven't compensated themselves. So they can think of everything on that. And that people who watch this trial could hear myself.
Can you tell me what that was and when it was?
Yeah, it was the Stauch trial that was just 2 weeks ago.
Okay. Findorf, right? That, okay. I'll check on that. Well, that's a legitimate concern. I did not know that.
Yeah.
And that's a legitimate concern. The problem that I have is that I need the microphones there during trial so that if somebody objects, I can hear it, because I'm usually focused on the witness as opposed to the lawyers. And so I need to make sure that I understand, but that's a legitimate concern. So let me think about that.
And I'm fairly confident that I can legit. That's
Okay. Okay. And the only other issue is that you have to talk loud enough so that the court reporter can hear you. But that's a big concern. I get it. I did not know that.
I didn't know it either until I got back to my office and was going.
Okay.
Or you're gonna tell me?
Because I do know one of the issues and one of the reasons why we have the microphones hooked up is in part so that the people on WebEx can hear and they can hear well, but they ought not be hearing any of that.
Yeah, they pick up and stuff.
Okay. Let me, I've been advised I'll think about it.
That same concern would exist over here.
Yeah.
So every time we start, I get text messages from the office that, hey, we can hear you talking at the table.
Yeah.
So you're getting messages too that are saying they can hear your conversations.
Yeah.
Because I obviously cannot.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt. There is a mute button on it.
But
Yeah, but you got to hold it, right?
You have to hold it and like to be able to think that we're gonna.
Yeah, we're not.
Think that like the
We're not
entire
doing
trial. I don't.
Yeah, it's not. We're not doing that. No, that's not reasonable. We're not doing that. So the question would be. I was not aware of this issue. I will see if I can figure out a reasonable workaround. So it's both sides that are complaining of the issue. Okay. All right. Okay.
And Your Honor, I know everybody wants to go, but in
Don't.
fairness, we had 2 attorneys for each defendant, co-defendants in the case in Division 12. It's one of the small courtrooms.
Right.
Packed in like sardines. I think probably something like this is probably going to be a little bit more conducive to remaining anonymous in our conversations than it was in Division 12.
But you just said that you were getting in this case?
Yeah. Yeah. I got a text this morning.
Okay, so it wasn't the other one, it was this one.
Yeah. Yeah. This morning, as a matter of fact, just to tell you, I got a text saying that they could hear us. Oh, here it is. FYI, I can hear your conversation on the WebEx, and we were all sitting right here.
Okay. I'm gonna go talk to him right now.
Hey, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna go to the middle.
Okay.
Robinson, I'm gonna go down there. You wait for me.
Okay, thank you. Stop, let me have you stop right there. Just stop right here. Let me sit, make sure I get clear.
Right?
Angelina.
I think I was just. Bye, bye, Jack.
See you tomorrow.
Or for the gym.
Wait, and I'll be back with you in the morning.
Okay, see you in the morning. 4:06.
And Todd is locking the door.
Got it.
Got it now.
You're gonna leave these witness lists on these tables?
No.
I don't know what else.
Yeah, I think the 2 up there.
Yeah, but you got something.
That's it.
And.
You don't need to, I'm gonna shred yours, put it in the shred
Yeah, I
pile.
don't need it. I just helping you figure out what's what.
They put their old stack in there.
It's why it shouldn't go in.
Well, that's
Do
there.
you hand it to you? this is the DAs, that is the defense. What that is old questionnaires that. Yeah, but it ain't.
I've never come on to this before, but I'll ask. You guys are happy too?
We do want to keep them straight everything.
Well, this we need to keep in case we for transcribing. We do
I'll leave that up to
transcribing.
you. I mean, if we,
Because we don't, it's part of our job, not to.
right, he's gonna do an order, most likely he's gonna do.
All right, guys, I think we're done here.
Because I mean, I can give it to you for now.
At least
Or just-
this
I'll
this
just
is
keep it,
hot
'cause I'm
mic. I'm
actually-
gonna
you know
head
what,
out
I'm just-
now from the webinar. Okay, so first of all, thank you so much, so much for those that joined us. SW, Addie, and everyone else that purchased memberships and that gifted memberships. Thank you so much. I haven't decided if I'm going to be live on the backup page. Make sure you guys follow me over there. I'm not sure if everybody subscribed to the backup page. For those that lasted the whole 5-6 hours of the live, hey, shout out to you. I don't know if we're going to be live tomorrow, with this selection. I'm curious. I want to, but yeah, I mean, this is it takes a different level of energy. I've never done this before. But anyways, guys, I'm gonna head out. Shout out to you guys. Thank you so much. You guys have a great rest of your day. I gotta take a little break because clearly we've been working over here. All right, guys, rabbits out.